this fun. Followers drink that sweet Kool-Aid. In the chat they fight and rage. Is it Amy? Is it Maggie? Whispered lies, they sound so catchy. Money flows like river wild. Brainwashed voices all beguiled. Animal cults dancing in the night. Lost in stories shining bright. Mystery leader smoke so thin. Who's the one that holds the sin? Kool-Aid mixed with liquor's glow. Followers entangled woe. Every story holds no truth. Fighting for her glance aloof. Will they rise? Will they see? Break the spell of mystery. Is it truth or just a game? Wrapped up in a false name. Scribers lost in digital maze. Drowning in a foggy haze. See the leaders twist and turn. Blind devotion they have learned. Ooh, 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 Kool-Aid mixed with liquor's glow. Followers entangled woe. Every story holds no truth. Fighting for headless aloof. Will they rise? Will they sleep? Break the spell of mystery. Is it truth or just a game? Wrapped up in a false name. Subscribers lost in digital maze. Drowning in a foggy haze. See the leader twist and turn. Blind devotion they have learned.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here. Do me a favor, hit the like. I'm on time. Put that on the calendar. It doesn't happen often. I blame that on my mom. She must have held me in for longer than I was supposed to be there. So it's a biological thing that I'm always late. I believe that. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'm trying to get rid of this stuff on screen. Make sure it's all cleared out. Okay. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Good to see you guys. I love all the names. Thank you. Ryan, hello. Lolly and Pops hit the thumbs up before she drifts off to sleep. All right, sister. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Lindley, good to see you, my Indiana sister. Lindley's also from Indiana. So is Diamond Lucidity. She's also from here. And I know that we've been, well, I don't know of anybody in Indiana that hasn't followed this case pretty closely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lindley. Y'all hit the thumbs up. And if you have not subbed, please do that. Lunch lady, you woke up to go potty. Cool, everyone. Please hit the like on your way in. Thank you, Lulu. Good to see you. Forrester, hello, our friend over there in Washington. Rose Petal is at work. Love you, girl. Love you so much. We're going to get you through this night, hopefully. I hope it's an easy night for you. heavy subject matter, please come check in on yourself and others and sing out if you're struggling or need to step out a moment. Everyone is here to help. Amen. I know this is heavy, guys. I know it is. Uh, I know there. I know I'm interested in it. I don't do a lot of true crime, especially when it's against children. It doesn't feel good. Um, None of it feels good for anybody, I don't think. But for me, it. But this is, I've been doing this for almost 7 years now, and I'm going to see this one to the end. I'm also going to see the Idaho 4 to the end. From time to time, I'll do something that interests me. And maybe other people that want me to look into it, but I'm not a true crime person. I figured that out pretty early on that I'm just, it takes a lot of kudos to those that do have channels that are nothing but true crime because if you're going to do it right, uh, you invest a lot of time. You have to invest a lot of time if you want to be right and accurate. And I feel like that's important to be right and accurate as possible. And I just, I could invest the time. I don't want to invest the time because I don't want to make YouTube my whole life. I've got stuff going on like most people do. And truly, okay, little girl, get down. Oh, goodness. Um, like Gisela G. Oh my gosh. If you guys aren't watching Grizzly True Crime, that's where I get mine from. She's damn good at it. She spends hours and hours at her computer. But for them, I mean, me and her's fighting. I told y'all last night. G and I are fighting and she doesn't even know it. Um, because we're taking different stands on the Delphi case. Uh I just think there's a couple things that she's gotten wrong and you know, but I give her grace because we all need grace. I get stuff wrong too. And um I don't think she's been watching it from the beginning and to understand it, I think you got to kind of understand what all happened in the beginning. So I give her grace and I appreciate the fact that she's willing to put in the work to put out as accurate of information as she can. I mean, there have been people that I've watched since I've been on YouTube and then on Facebook before I knew about YouTube that are still getting shit wrong, that are sensationalizing something that doesn't need to be sensationalized because um, any crime is big enough. It doesn't need any help, but especially crime against children. We don't need that sensationalized. It's already bad. It's already pretty bad, right? Oh, it's a mess. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like. I love that intro pic. Looks like Brown County. I'm not sure where it was, Lindley, but it did remind me of Brown County. Yes. I'm hoping to make a trip there next week. I've got a couple things lined up. My daughter, my youngest daughter was telling me about the Indiana sanatorium she went to last week. She was like, "Mom, you got to get there." So I put that on the list too. I don't know if I'm going to get it all done. Um, but I try to get to, I mean, it's not important for me to get to Brown County before Halloween. I mean, they have a lot going on all during the holidays, but I want to get to the sanatorium before then, and that only leaves me next week. See, hello, honey. How are you? Did your hubby get home? I hope your hubby got home and that everything's okay there. Melly Joe, hello, my friend. Hello, Alyssa. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'm on a new med pen for insulin stuff. Very expensive, but man, am I losing weight? Be size 6 in no time. Girlfriend. Good on you. Good on you, Lou. Yeah, leave me that virtual hug by liking and subscribing. Adam Harris, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Um, Anybody else that I've missed? I'm running through chat. Um, Raider Rich. Hello, honey. Hi, according to Lena, received some exciting news today. Well, my goodness, you better tell us about it. We need all the exciting news we can get. Tell us. We want to know. Um, I've said before, and I'm going to say it again. This has been a tough year for a lot of people. So we need some good news. Saludos. Saludos. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. Lunch Lady, thank you so much for dropping that. If you want to support the channel, the best way to support the channel is to hit the like. And if you haven't subscribed, to do that. That is the number way to help this channel. If you want to tip the host, you're welcome to do that through Cash App or PayPal. And that is much appreciated as well. So I want to give you guys a heads up while I'm waiting on Melly. Lulu, my niece just told me she is pregnant with twins. Wow, Melly Joe, congratulations. Babies see, the next year's already looking so good, right? I got a grandbaby coming next year. I know somebody else that's got a grandbaby coming next year. Now Melly Joe has great twins coming next year. So look, we're already on a good road to next year being a great year, and that is important. So congratulations to you, Melly Joe. JK says, what the fuck is going on here? JK, I was thinking about you the other day. How are you, honey? I hope you're well. I hope you're doing fantastic. Lulu says, Melly Joe, that is lovely. How far along? Identical or fraternal? When are they due? How exciting. Congratulations. Melly says it was a shock as we don't have twins in the family. Wow, where you guys are fixing to get a bundle full. We have twins that run on both sides of our family. My dad is an identical. I've got identical nieces. I have got fraternal boy and girl. On my sister's got a fraternal boy and girl grand set of twins. So they run on both sides of my family. But they're fun. They are. We need positive stuff, Lou. We do. We're off on the right foot. JK's doing great. I went on vacation to the north. Where were you? JK? Chicago area? Yes, the leaves are fabulous right now. Identical twins are totally random. They don't follow a gene pattern. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, as much as they run on both sides of the family, I don't know enough about that, but yeah, not identical. Well, maybe you get a girl and a boy, which is, I think, the best, especially if you're not going to. My niece, she was so happy to have a girl and a boy, twins, and she doesn't want any more. Thank you, everyone. As exciting as she was told that it will be hard for her to fall pregnant. Well, God is good. God is good. I have got a miracle grandbaby as well. It took 10 years and a lot of lost babies to get him here. And, I told my daughter, because my daughter, the one thing she's upset about is that her granny, my mom, didn't live long enough to know that she had a successful pregnancy. And I said, you know what? I just believe in a greater God. I really do. I believe she knows. And maybe I don't know. I don't know how our souls are, if our souls have already lived in heaven or if they're created whenever a baby is created. I don't know how the souls work, but I believe in a greater God that if souls are already made, and are just waiting for a human body. I maybe my mom got to pick out that little guy, you know. So regardless, I think my mom knows, and I thank God for that. I can't say, but Leanie, it was nice, and I'm happy. You don't have to say I'm glad you got to come up here. It's a special time of year to be in the North. Mary Jane Doe, hello. Um, if you could just take a weekend trip to the North and see the beauty of the northern states at this time, it's amazing. It's amazing. I did hear from Mags. Big news, big news. Let me go ahead and give you some of that. She sent me a picture of her on the plane, and I was really proud of her because she looked happy. And after I got off the last live that I did, there was a voicemail waiting on me from Maggie. Y'all, she was so sick. She sounded terrible. Like, I've known Maggie sick before, but not like that. Like, she sounded bad. And she said, Leanie, I'm cold. I have chills. Um, I have a really bad headache. I have never felt this bad in my life. I've been so sick the minute I got off the plane. She said it just got worse as the day went on. And she was really sick, you guys. And you know what I'm thinking right away, right? Same thing you're thinking right away with those symptoms. And I didn't want to say nothing to her. And she said, I remember her telling me that she had gotten the flu shot before she got on the plane. And she said, I'm thinking maybe it was a adverse reaction to that shot. Because, some people do have those, right? And uh, so hopefully it was that. She did send me another message the next morning, her time, which I think I got it this morning. And she was feeling better. But honey, her husband, uh, had a cold, and now she's got a cold. So she still sounds bad, but not as bad when oh, y'all, she sounded bad, real bad, poor thing. And and I'll let you tell her about the twisting of the rooms. That remember I told you I saw pictures of her room that she was gonna be getting. Y'all, they switched up her room and gave Maggie a romantic room. Y'all know, y'all already know that was not gonna work. She sent me pictures of it and a video of it, and yeah, that was not working. It wouldn't work for me either. So they thought they were doing her a favor by putting her in the romantic suite, and she was like, negative, this is not working. So she was waiting to get her new room, and the new room she's got is fabulous as well. But I thought it was funny when she told me that her husband said that the only thing this room right here is missing is the handcuffs handcuffed to the bed. And I'm not lying. That's what it looked like. It was so tacky. That room was I mean, it screamed DNA. It screamed DNA, and not the good kind either. It was gross. It was so gross. Lindley said, I was told I couldn't have children and was blessed with two sets of boy and girl twins. Ha! Lindley, I think that's fabulous. How did you make it through, and are you okay? Girlfriend, did you need a vacay after that? You get the mom award. Wow, two sets of twins. Wow. I have my three oldest are 13 and 14 months apart. And I always said I wish that they were just either triplets or that it was a set of twins and then a singleton, because I was pregnant for 3 years. And then I had three babies. Boom, boom, boom. I had two in diapers at all times. And I had stopped nursing to start nursing another one. And it just, I just think for my life where I was at the time, it probably would have been a little bit easier on me just to get it all out of the way. But congratulations on that. I can't get out of Top Chat. My phone and iPad, the little thing is press is gone. I didn't notice an update. Oh, I don't know, girl. The stinking flu shot, I can't take them. They make me sick every time. My mom was allergic to them. I told her that she had the dreaded C. Melly, that's what I thought. The minute she said it, I was like, I didn't tell her that, but I was just like, oh God. But when the next day when she said, oh, it's just a cold chicken. It's gonna be okay. I'm thinking, okay. But when she told me how she was feeling, I had the C twice. The first time, it was just like the flu. It was worse than the flu. It was terrible, but it sounded exactly like what I had gone through. Ann's place, hello. The option has gone on my phone too. Is that weird or what? Wonder why. Don't say my name out loud. Not supposed to be here. YouTube is blocked in this country. Are you kidding me? Why? Maybe that's what's going on. So it's YouTube is blocked in some places, and some places you can't get out of Top Chat. What is happening? Tell me what's happening. And then remember Spirit Time yesterday? It was saying he was blocked here. He's never been blocked. What is going on? Someone, oh no. And that's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Welcome back, C. Hubs will be home in 30 minutes. I know you're glad to have him back. And I'm going to tell you, I have to tell you, C, I had a late night snack last night. And guess what it was? It was your spinach dip. And it was fabulous. It was fabulous. Thank you so much for bringing that to me. Yeah, guys, this live is going to be part 2, going over 2 days of testimony in the Idaho 4 case. Now, I'm going to be completely transparent that I did not do as much researching on I did yesterday. I didn't today because I had quite a bit that I had to get done today. So I didn't have a whole lot of time, but I brought up enough for us to get the gist of what happened today. These next 2 ones that we're going to talk about uh, are graphic because we are going to talk about the autopsies of the girls and the way that the girls were found um, and kind of like what the investigators believe happened at the site. So please, please protect yourself. And like Lulu says, check in on yourself and others and sing it out if you're struggling. And if you need to walk away for a while or turn me off until we get done with this, um, no hard feelings at all. I would just rather you take care of yourself. Um, so now they don't want to get the tension they're after. Oh, YouTube is super glitchy the last couple days. Blame the eclipse. Damn right. Blame the eclipse. Thanks, guys, for being here. I hope that we are getting the likes that we need. I try to get 50 every time I go live. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. But I'm thankful for everyone that we do. It helps the channel so much. And if you haven't subbed up, please think about doing that. All the eclipse. Grr, I know. I know. I know. My sister called me last night. C probably doesn't know this, but well, it was 1:30 in the morning and she said, "Are you up? Nothing's wrong." That's how we have to say to each other because somehow something always happens in our family in the middle of the night and we have to make the dreaded phone calls. So that's how we start off our conversations if we're going to talk in the middle of the night. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm up." She called me, y'all. Remember I told you that now I'm not scared of flying anymore and that if I didn't have dogs, I would have been on this trip with my dad and my sister who went back to Arizona for my dad's military reunion they do once a year. Let me tell you what happened to my sister last night, you guys. No joke. I'm wait. It's funny now. But after she told me everything and I got over the shock and the awe and made sure she was okay, I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna need that video because I need content." She just laughed. So they were out having a good time in Arizona yesterday and come back to the hotel. She got my dad up in the room, got him settled. Well, dad forgot something down in the car, their rental car. So my sister went to go and get it, you guys. And this is no joke. They were on the 12th, they're on the 12th floor. They were. She's already flown back home. On the 12th floor. She got on the elevator, pushed the lobby. This is God's honest truth, y'all. It's on video. Can't wait to see it. The elevators, when the door shut, the elevator started shaking up and down, like rattling really, really bad. And all of a sudden, free falled, you guys, to the sixth floor and just slammed stop to the sixth floor. She fell down. Now the elevator is shaking again, so she didn't know if it was going to crash all the way to the ground. No, no, no. It shot back up to the 10th floor, shot back up to the 10th floor, started shaking again, free fall to the third floor. And on the third floor, the doors open. Each time the doors are opening, right? But she can't get out. She's on the floor. She can't get out, and she's freaked out. The doors open. A pregnant lady on the third floor tried to get in. My sister's still on the floor trying to get herself up. And she's screaming at the lady, "Don't get on here, don't get on here." And she's trying to hit the bell that something's wrong with the elevator. And every time she did, the elevator would start shaking really, really bad again. And so she couldn't make the emergency call. So she was screaming at the pregnant lady to call somebody, to call the emergency, get somebody. Finally, it's slow, right after it free fall to the third floor, the lady still had the down button on. It slowly lowered her to the ground, to the lobby. And the doors opened. She crawled out. She got up. She was really hurt. She's really hurt on her left side and her right side, sorry. I've never heard of this happening to people. Never. But if it's going to happen to anybody, it's going to happen to my sister because if you know my sister, she's very accident prone. Y'all, if you knew how accident prone my sister is, like I said, once I got over the shock and are you okay? And you probably should go to the emergency room, blah, 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 just because she was banged up a lot. And then I just had to laugh. And even my brother, she sent it out in text today to my brother and I, so my brother would know what happened. And he was like, "My God, girl, we're just gonna have to put you in bubble wrap because this bitch, y'all, she will trip over her own shadow and have to get stitches." That's how accident prone she is. So anytime she goes anywhere, something's gonna happen. But I was like, "Oh my God, thank God I didn't go on that trip with you because I'd have been in that damn elevator too." Anyways, so they offered to send her to the hospital. She said no, she still should have went because she woke up this morning with a splitting headache. And of course, she probably didn't break anything. She would know that already, but she's pretty banged up. And she cut the side of her arm on something. I don't know what, but she said, got a complimentary band-aid out of it. So anyways, they took an incident report and they were going to view the camera. Thank God there's cameras inside there. And when I talked to her last night, I said, "Don't you dare leave that building without a copy of that video. Do not leave it. I don't care if they're putting it on VHS. You tell them you need a copy. And before you leave, make sure you view the copy, that it's the whole thing and nothing was taken out of it." I was like, because I would be getting a lot more than a complimentary band-aid. First, I wouldn't have paid for that room, which I don't think she ended up doing. But yeah, and I don't just believe, you guys, in suing people to sue people. I mean, if that was the case, my daughter would be rich a long time ago. Um, I just don't. But in time, something like that, and you're not. We're not talking about a Motel 6. My sister's bougie. Okay, she stays in the best of the best, and when you're paying that type of money, mm, yeah, something needs to be done about that. Could you imagine if that was that pregnant lady on there? I don't know. But anyway, she got home today and she is she's banged up, but she's doing okay. She did get the video. It's I need to tell her that was a Twilight Zone moment. That is good stuff. I know. I've never been scared of elevators. Scared of steps. Makes my heart race. I can't stand elevators, so I won't survive that. Well, now I'm scared. Now I'm scared to go on the same damn elevator. You're the same way. Any kind of freak thing will happen. It does. It happens to her. So luckily, I didn't even think about that, Melly Joe. Thank God my dad wasn't on it. Thank God. Did she hit her head? She doesn't know. She's a freaking idiot, though. It was like you should have gone to the doctor. That's not taking advantage of anything. But people pass away all the time for a head bump that they didn't realize turned into a brain hemorrhage or something. Tales told in the dark. Hello. Hello. Thank you for being here. It's been a minute. I haven't seen you. Of course, I haven't been on, so it's both our faults. Let's both take the blame. And the eclipse. We'll blame that mostly. They should have given her room for free. I haven't. I just got a message that she flew in and she had a headache and that she was sore, but she's okay. So, and that she did get the video. Uh, but I'm sure I would hope that was the least that they would offer. Barbara Smith, you're not late, honey. You're not late. We haven't been on that long, about 30 minutes. So good to see you. Thank you for coming in. But it was some ghostly thing. They can't prevent that that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Um anyway, so that's my news that I've had over the last 2 days. Also, yesterday was one of my grandbaby's birthdays. She turned 6 and little sassy butt. She had no time to talk to me today. She talked to me for about 5 minutes, but she got a new skateboard, uh, a helmet, um, knee pads, elbow pads for her birthday. And she had no time for her mammy. She had to run right out the door to go ride it. So then I had to talk another one down off the ledge that was having a total meltdown. The 8-year old, you know, she was grumpy butt, got home from school, didn't get enough sleep the night before, and so she was on the couch throwing a major fit. So I got her talked out of that, and the oldest grandchild got her braces off her teeth, and so she was telling me how much her boyfriend just loved her teeth and how they're perfectly straight, and she looks like she's wearing veneers, and he's in love with her and she's in love with him, and it's a forever kind of love, and I'm holding back the vomit that is now in my throat. But it's cute. It's cute, right? You know, the first love, the first love that you never forget that just breaks your heart. Um, yeah, that's where she's at. She's so in love. She's 16. She's in love. She's in love with the most beautiful teeth in her mouth. It's so adorable. Takes after me, Leanie. Well, yeah, I'm always late. I wasn't tonight, though. How long have you been on the injections? And how much have you lost? What's it called, Lulu? We want to know. The 6-year-old. Oh, oh, you mean the 8-year-old who was being bratty or the 6-year-old who had no time to discuss it. The bratty one probably takes after me more. Although I don't throw fits. I do in my head though. In my head, I see. Of course, I'm always here with you, whether you know it or not. Miss Barbara, I love you. Y'all hit that like button. It's free. Big day for all the babies. Forever kind of love. Bless her. It's cute. I know. Mammy, it's a forever love. Is it? That's what I want to say. I want to say, is it a forever love? Is it? But I don't. I'm just like, oh, honey, that's so sweet. I'm throwing up in my own mouth. You want grandbabies? Lindley. Well, we're going to have to pray about that and get you some grandbabies. When is the next baby due? The next baby is due in January. January. We don't know if it's a girl or a boy. I have to tell you, I feel like it's a girl. I have to tell you. And they told me the name that they picked out. Uh, it's a boy's name, but they're going to use it if it's a girl. And I love it. Can I tell you what? Can I tell you I love it? I really, really love it. Um, I'll go ahead and tell you. I don't know if C's here, but I know she won't tell anybody. But they've picked the name for a girl or a boy to be Dawson James. Uh, and my son's middle name is James. So, but if it's a girl, her middle name's going to be James. So, Dawson James. That's what they're going to name the baby, unless something weird happens. I remember mine. I loved them with all my heart, or so I thought, till I saw him again years later. Couldn't believe I even like. Couldn't believe I even liked him. I liked the name too. I was really, well, I shouldn't be shocked. I shouldn't, because of the names that they have for their other two kids. Like their little girl's name is Elliot. That's mainly a boy's name, and her name is Elliot, and I love it. Um, and then their son's name is Woodson, because my beefcake is related to Jesse James, and so Woodson's middle name is named after his dad, but uh, Jesse James's brother's name was Woodson, and so they named him Woodson. Um, and the reason why my son's middle name is James, he was named after Jesse James as well. So to kind of keep the outlaw side of them in the family, I guess. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Melly Joe had 4 shot last night, 5 milligrams, got new script for 10. Manjaro lost 6 Ks in 3 weeks already. Well, you go, girl. Did it, Lulu, does it give you a stomach ache? That works, at least the first name. Yeah, I don't know, Miss Barbara, if they're going to just spell it James, which I would. Uh, the the masculine way, or if they're going to spell it with a Y, Jaymes. I don't know. I didn't ask, but they're quirky kind of people, and their quirk works for them. My boss started that one. I'm glad you were on it. It's awesome. You've already lost half of what I've lost. All my children's names start with J and middle names start with L. Wow, I've heard of a lot of people doing that. I liked too many names to um to do it that way. But what I did figure out is only 2 of 8 grandchildren actually have consonants for the first letter of their names. 6 of them all start with a vowel. So this one, I was like, oh, you're going to give it a consonant name. Okay. Um, but yeah, all my kids pretty much named all the grandkids starting with vowels. I don't think they meant to. It's just the way that it happened. It's just the way that it happened. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it so, so much. It's good to see all these wonderful, familiar faces in here, my friends. I love you guys so much. Pink Fan. Welcome back, Sassy Butt. 4 months and 4 days of you hiding in the naked bushes. Hey, 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 love bug fruitcakes and mad mods. Pink Fam, welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. I really do. And it's so good to see you. And thank you for being a member for 4 months. Anne's Place says, my son is the opposite, Lindley. He is Louis. I know how to say this name. Don't tell me. Is it Jock? Jock, right? The S is silent. Every man in my family has the same first name, even the married in ones. It's a confusing mess with the. I bet it is. Oh, I missed you too, Pink Fan. Somebody reached out to me today that I haven't talked to in a little while, and I appreciated it. And I've thought about a couple of y'all. I thought about, a couple of y'all that I haven't seen for a while that I knew just, was doing life, good and bad. And my thing is I want to reach out to people and I want to say, hi, are you okay? Do you need anything? Is there any, do you want to talk? Do you need just prayer? Whatever. But it's like I told her today, I said, I'm always so scared that people will think that I'm only reaching out because of channel purposes. And honest to God, as the Lord is my witness, that is the furthest thing from the truth. I think about people that aren't here that I haven't seen for a while, and I wonder, like, are they okay? Are you okay? But I don't ever want it thought that, oh, she just wants me on the channel, because that's not true. You know what I mean? Like, people go through stuff and they in real life or even on here, and they're just like, look, I need a freaking break. I need a life break. I need a YouTube break. And I am the first person to say, take it. Or even there's sometimes I'll piss somebody off and they're like, I ain't doing leany again ever or for a while. And that's okay too. But I still genuinely care about y'all, just like I feel like I'm genuinely cared about. But I'm so scared to reach out because I don't want to give the wrong impression. If I was a sub in here, I'd be in all y'all's business. I told lunch lady, she told me something. I was like, your business is my business. But I know I have that. I know that she, knows how to take me. You know what I mean? So I know that people are still don't know how to take me or, may I don't know what I'm saying other than I genuinely care and I genuinely think about you guys when I haven't seen you, but and I genuinely want to reach out, but I never want anybody to think that it's because of the channel. I got to heat up my coffee. You guys just have to go with me. I hope I don't break up over here in the kitchen. So that's why I haven't reached out. That's why, um, if you're gone for a while, it's not that I don't care. It's just I don't want to give the wrong impression of what my intentions are. All right, let's do a little bit of cleanup family business while this is heating up. Um, and I'm sure it's not the person in here, but maybe the message will get to the person or they'll replay it later and just hear it. Lena was talking about him. So here we go. I left a community post the other day for those of you that saw it. Thank you. Those that didn't, that's okay. I do leave a lot um, I do like to communicate through community posts, you guys. Um, most of you guys have probably been in and out and have seen my name in other people's chats. Um, so, I mean, I've known for a little while, probably about a month, that somebody's, or maybe more, I don't know, has cloned my name. It used to piss me off. I'm not too much pissed off about it anymore. You know, what pisses me off is that at first they were being really nice when they were acting like me. So I heard. Now I heard that. I don't know for sure. I don't know what nice means. There's only been one time that I've ever encountered my clone, and it was in Tina's chat, and I had her on the big screen. I had her on the TV in here, and I was doing dishes. So I wasn't even in chat. I was just listening to her. And I heard her say, "Well, hi, according to Leanie." And I was like, son of a bitch. So I hurried up, grabbed my phone, jumped in her chat. And I was like, Tina, that's not, she had modded the other one too. That's how people were able to tell in Tina's chat, um, was that in Tina's chat, I was modded, which I would prefer not to be modded. If y'all that got channels, don't feel bad. Don't mod me. Um, so now the problem is the person in Tina's chat was saying some really rude stuff about another creator and other people. And I heard that the other, according to Leanie, was being very nice to people. And I was like, well, more power to you, you know. But when I jumped in, I mean, they were being vile. And I was like, hmm. So I'm trying to get, now nobody knows what's going on. We both have a wrench. We both look the same. I realized that Tina, thinking that was me, had wrenched me again. And so I just want to make it clear, if you guys are in any other chat and you see my name, if it's being mean to somebody, just for no reason whatsoever, just calling people out and saying a bunch of rude shit about people, um, it's not me. I'll come over here and say all the rude shit I want to. I don't have a problem with that. That's how I think it should be handled. That's the way I think every creator should do. I can't control other people's channels though, or what they do. But for me, I'm not going to go to somebody else's chat and talk shit. I'm going to invite them over here to mine, A, so I could get the view, but B, I would rather talk. I would rather bitch you out while you're sitting on my panel so I could hear your mouth. That's what I'd rather do. Because I also believe in giving someone a voice. So if you guys ever see that, please know it's not me. It's just not me. And please let that creator know that's not Leanie, because I don't do that. I don't do that. Um, and Mr. Clone person, whoever you are, if you go back to be nice, then this wouldn't be so much of a problem. Just don't talk shit. Don't talk shit about anybody. Nobody inside someone's chat using my name. Unless you want to come over here, get on my panel, and then the two leanies will have it out. How about that? It just pisses me off, you guys. The whole cloning thing, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Um, why not just keep making up sock accounts? Why you got to use somebody else's? It's like so many people are cloned now. You don't know who you're talking to. When I was in a chat, I saw two of one person, three of another person. A couple people were talking to me. I was like, I don't even know who I'm talking to, so I'm not saying shit, because no, I'm not doing it. I'm not chatting in here. I don't want nothing to do with this. You don't know anymore who you're talking to. Is it the real person? Is it not the real person? And then if you don't have a wrench, which again, I'm going to say, do not wrench me. You, I can't look on there and see when, unless I go to their channel, and I'm not willing to do all that. It's too much work. To go see when that account was created, right? So hopefully the mods in whatever chat you guys are in will quickly look at names that we all know that are being cloned left and right, and be able to tell the creator, hey, no, 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 that's not that person. Let's stop. Why do people do that? Why? I don't understand. Is it to hate on the person that they're being mean to cause problem for the person that they're cloning, or all of the above? I don't know, but I don't like it. Give me my name back. Shut the hell up. Pink Fan, are you stuck in top chat like the rest? Oh, Pink Fan got into all chat. I have immunotherapy infusions every 6 weeks. Wow. That's a lot. You know, my daughter who had the transplants, she doesn't have very low immune system, but she takes so much medication that they don't even give her that. Yes, I saw it in when I wanted to shout out your channel, but there was 3 other recently open. Really? Where was that at, Anne? See, I've only seen the one, but I think there are at least 2, because one under my name always speaks. I've only been in chat with one other, and that one was being mean. And I was like, mm-mm. So I had to message Tina on the side and say, look, can you take away not only my wrench, but every according to Leanie wrench you got in there, and don't ever wrench us again? Because the one in there that's starting shit under my name is not me. I don't do that. I don't need it. I don't need it, and I don't want it. I'm in all messages. That's strange. All messages is where you're supposed to be, not top chat. So you're good, Lindley. You saw that mess on Roses. Yeah, and then they were in Tina's too. Why? Oh, were they bad talk? Were they acting like me, bad talking on Roses as well? But not seen it in any chats yet. Mm. Thank you, lunch lady. It's just annoying. If they want to clone me, then just be nice to people, wish people well, and keep going. Don't talk shit. I don't need the drama. I create my own. Months ago I subbed to Tina. She modded me. She modded everyone there. I don't know her and later unsubbed. Well, I mean, she Tina's way, and I'm only saying this because Tina's put it out herself. Uh, Tina's way of thinking was that she modded everybody that came into her chat to keep, because a lot of people will come back for that. For me, I don't like to be mod because I think mods should be different. I've already talked about the mods, the mad mods here, and a lot of people, some people would say and do say that's me letting mods control my chat. I think differently. Um, I think differently. I don't think the mods control the chat at all. I think the mods keep the chat very, very safe, and I'm not doing it without them. Other channels don't have to use them or can mod whoever they want to, but who's to say what's happening here? You're not here. You don't talk about the mods here. Um, every mod, I guess, can be different in different chats, but pretty much it's what the creator allows. If the creator ties mods' hands and they're only modding people because they're their friends, A, or B, to keep them, then you get what you're asking for. But if you pray over mods and you pray over your channel and you trust those people that you put in those places, then you just know they're doing the right thing, and that's the way that I think. I mean, if I just wanted friends, I'd mod everybody. You don't even know how to do either one, the top chat or the regular chat or all chat. She had 95%. Yeah. Yeah, and it was only because they were probably if she sees you come in more than once, she's gonna mod you. Now, when I asked her to take away all of all of the according to, because I told her, I said, "You have modded what you're thinking to me at least twice, because there was 2 of us in your chat. Go back and look." Uh, the next time I saw her online, she had taken all of the wrenches away. Because the deal is, it said, now I don't know if this is true, you guys. I don't know if it's true that a mod cannot be cloned in that chat, right? I don't know if it's true or not. We've never had any problems with that here. But if she's not remembering that she's already modded me and someone comes in under my name and then she's thinking, oh, there's a Courtney Lean, let me just mod her. Now we've got a problem, right? And I mean, that according to Leany could go rogue in there, and God knows I don't need the drama. I don't get how they can make the same name. Doesn't YouTube stop it? I think something is done different. I don't know what, but I looked, I was watching and watching that name, and I couldn't tell any difference. Now, I might have missed something, I don't know, but it was my same picture, and it looked, I mean, I was going over every little letter, and it looked the same to me. I don't know. People do that so everyone can easily sub to each other. Oh, that makes sense too. There's 3 leanies. Wow. So one's being nice, one's being hateful, and then there's me. Eric Freshcorn, hello, sweetheart. Good to see you. When you do the shout outs and community, it brings up a list for you names to type. Wow. Okay. Am able to walk. Miss Barbara, that's awesome. I'm glad you're able to walk. I hate it that you're in the pain that you're in though. Really do. So somebody's cloning you and talking ish in chats. Yes, that's Pink Fan. I had Tina on I was doing dishes and I had her on the TV and I heard her say, well, hi, according to Leanie. And I was like, son of a bitch. So it was the first time I was going to get to see my name in clone. And then I was shocked when I went on there and she was just being rude as hell. And I was like, not me. And I was pissed. Kind of gave her what for. Kind of gave her what for. But Rose said she knew you wouldn't do that. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Now, some of you may have been there the night I went up on Rose's panel a couple weeks ago to defend my friends and Gina Diamond. You know, it's the one and only time I've done it. Do I regret it? Yeah, I do. Do I regret what I said? No. Do I regret how I handled it? Yes. Um, I let Gina Diamond have it on Rose's panel, and that's also not me. Uh, but I was already shitty with the things that were being said about my friends, and I wanted to set that record. I mean, talk shit about me all you want to, but when I don't care, and I'm sure my friends don't care. I understand that, and nobody asked me to go up there. In fact, my friends didn't even know I was going to do it, but I got pissed, and I acted on impulse, which sometimes I am impulsive. I acted on impulse, and I went up there to defend my friends that were getting a bad rap. And Gina started her shit in chat, and I saw it, and I lost it, and I was pretty vile, pretty vile. Um, but I did invite her back to my chat so I could finish it. So, do I like the way I handled it on someone else's panel? Absolutely not. And gonna try my super hardest never to let that happen again. But like I said, sometimes I'm impulsive And sometimes I can't control what I do, but that's no excuse to be a hateful wench like I was. I'm not taking back anything I said, though. I do think she's a miserable bitch. There's that. Um, doesn't Lionel call Rose and Judah Bird or something like that? Suspicious, huh? Yeah. And at first I thought the nice, according to Leanie, the one that I'd heard about, I'd never seen it. I've just heard. That was the only time I've ever been able to catch it. I think maybe I caught it in Martin's once. I don't think I did. I asked Martin when I heard about it was in Martin. I asked Martin before um, me and Martin fell out. I asked him, please block every according to Leanie because they know it's me. I do certain things. I say certain things. So I don't think it's hard to figure out who I am. Had to look at the amount of subs, so I shout out yours and not the new ones. And wow, I guess I just need to bring it up and see what all's there. Thank you, Anne. That's crazy. Can't imagine having the time to clone people and doing that. It takes a lot of energy, I would think, and much more than I'm willing to put in. Although sometimes, not gonna lie, some people have pissed me off enough where I've thought, I'm just gonna clone something and go over there and give them what for. Then I thought, why would I do that? I would rather have them up on my panel and bitch them out. Um, that's the truth. I just don't. I don't have the time nor the energy. I think they can do it because they use different. Well, I think isn't it like you can have five accounts on one email, 5 names on one email? That's what I heard. I don't understand half what goes on these crazy streets, to be honest, but I will say I'm forever grateful to the amazing friends. Oh, Pink Fan, we love you. Pink Fan, you're special. I think everybody's special in their own way, and I think you have to be. I think we don't get told enough in our real lives. Uh, and I will tell you this: you're special on these streets. Not even in my chat, only in my chat. I've seen you in other chats, and you are well loved. You are well loved, um, and I'm just thankful you are here and that you choose to be here with us. I'm so grateful. Missed all that. I'm not sub to them. Maybe Gina clone. Maybe she did. That's what I was told. That's the first one. That's what I was told. But who knows? Who keeps crying, dog or cat? That's Newt. Miss Barbara, I didn't know you heard him. Newt, remember I told you when I go to town, Newt like whines for a long time. Well, he'll whine to get my attention anyways, for me to call him over, but I didn't know you could hear him. He was sitting right here next to me whining, so I would give some loves. Now, little girl, she doesn't whine. She just comes and sits up on me and kind of wraps her paws around my neck, and because I always tell her, "Give me a hug," and that's what she does. Once you know someone, you know their cadence, even when they're texting. That's correct. That's correct. Yes, that's correct. If it's lame or not simple, yeah. Most beautiful. Pink Fan is the most beautiful person, really. We don't get told that enough. People need to know how special they are. They really do. Fantastic human being and blessing to us all. I'll agree. I'll agree. And you love everybody, which makes you a much better person than me. I love a lot. I heard a squeaking the whole time and was curious. Yeah, it's Newt. I get so used to the sound that I guess, you get used to certain sounds in your home or that your kids make or your animals make that you just don't, you know what I mean? You don't you don't recognize it anymore. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys, let's do this. Let me take a really quick break. I'm going to go pate, give you a chance to decide whether you want to stay here or not. We're going to dive into Delphi again, and go over the last 2 days of testimony. This one's going to be kind of a rough one as well. Like I said, we're going to talk about the autopsy. We're going to talk about the phone that took the video, and I've got information on the video and the words, guys, down the hill, and how that came about to being. So I want to give a trigger warning. If you cannot stay for it, I totally understand. Thank you for being here for this part of it, and for supporting the channel. It means so much to me. And y'all hit the like and subscribe. And if you can't stick around, we'll see you on the next one. All right. If somebody will also put up, so I've got the trigger warning going. We'll talk about that again. But a couple of times, because we are going to look at another YouTube. We're going to look at a YouTube creator who was in the courtroom. That's what I pulled up this time. So we're definitely going to have to be throwing up um, uh, the Copyright Act, and I will have to stop and commentate every minute or two during it. Now, this guy doesn't know anything about me. I've sat in his chats many times in the bushes. I think he's smart. He's followed this case from the beginning, and he has been in the courtroom. A lot of people don't like him in the Delphi community. When I say Delphi community, I mean people who have followed the case. But I think creators that do Delphi, none of them like each other, to tell you the truth, because they all want the scoop and they all think they're right, and they all, you know how it is. You know how it is. All right, I grab another coffee, and I am going to grab me a Dury MP, and then we're jumping right into this. What I've got first tonight. All right, I shall BRB. Y'all go pee. Go get you a cuppa, put you some fuzzy. Y'all, I got my warm green robe on that lunch lady sent me from my birthday. It's so warm. It's got golden glitter all over it because I took it to bed with me earlier when I took a nap after dinner, and I wrapped it around my feet because I didn't have socks on. And little girl lays on top of my feet as well. So I call their fur golden glitter. So it's got golden glitter all over it, but that's okay. It's still comfy, and I'll wash it tomorrow. All right, BRB.
Out from the island they come, lost but not alone. Libby gives them a place, a new island they call home. Under the tropical sun, stories begin to flow. Contestants old and brave find a new kind of glow. According to Libby, she's got a plan. Rescue the fallen with a wave of her hand. According to Libby, sun-kissed and free, a home for the broken, out on the sea. Cameras have gone away, but new lights start to shine. In her presence they stay, in this new life they find. According to Libby, she's got a plan. Rescue the fallen with a wave of her hand. According to Libby, sun-kissed and free, According to Libby, sun-kissed and free, a home for the broken out on the sea. No eviction here, just love and care. Turtle Island's gone, but your heart finds its lair. No eviction here, just love and care.
All right. Thank you to Lunch Lady. Those that haven't been here for a while, Lunch Lady wrote the lyrics to all the music that's played on this channel. She submitted it to AI, picked out what genre she wanted it in, and that's how we got her music. So thank you to Lunch Lady again. That's one of my favorites. I love the animal cult in that one, and I love the Shut Up Leanie. Ha ha. All right, guys. Let me catch up and chat really quick before we start this. Copyright disclaimer, yes, and I will be reading that just before I go on. Thank you so much. Oh, you're snuggling, Lunch Lady. This video features. Thank you. I'm going to be reading that again. Thank you for dropping those in chat. I don't think Frank is gonna. Not Frank. Not that Frank. You guys. Not that Frank. Did me dirty. Another Frank. God. I don't know how I get certain men with certain names in my life. I should stay away from those ones. It was 99 there today. Really? Oh, it's chill. To me, it's chilly. It probably wouldn't be. It would be chilly for you, Miss Barbara, because you're used to the heat as well. But for me, it's the wind. The wind to me is chilly, and it's not that windy out. But so yeah, I'm back to long sleeves and robes. My Uggs and fuzzy socks and all the cozy things. I look like a straight up scrub. That's what I look like. I believe everyone in this chat are beautiful, awesome people, as well as I do. We're the elite, you guys. This is the elite. This is the upper echelon of the chat. And Mr. Birthday Lenny, I'm so sorry. Oh, no big deal, Linley. It was a good day. I spent it with everybody here pretty much, and I loved it. So thank you. All right, yeah, let's get to that. Couldn't wait to tell you you're a family now. Oh, isn't that funny, Melly Joe, that when we receive news like that, or even when my sister told me that last night, I was like, I'm gonna need that video because my people want to see it. Now we'll feel bad to begin with, and then when we know you're okay, we're gonna laugh, or I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I'm sorry. I just am. I'm one of those people that if you're my friend and we're walking down the street and you happen to fall, I'm going to help you get up and then make sure you're okay. And then I'm going to laugh, or I'm probably going to start laughing before I help you get up. Tell you the truth. Ah, all right. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. This video features materials protected by fair use guidelines under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act. All rights are reserved to the copyright owners. Yes, yes, yes. This is not my work. It's borrowed stuff for commentary because y'all know I'm going to comment. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use, fair use, fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, and personal use tips and balance tips the balance in favor of fair use. Fair use, fair use. All right, y'all don't come at me. YouTube, don't come at me. A couple of times during what I'm going to show you guys, I am going to repeat that again just so YouTube doesn't take away monetization of this video for me. Don't need it, don't want it, and I spend too much time here for them to take my shit away. Were your sister and dad in Phoenix? They were next to they were in Laughlin, wherever that's at. Isn't that they were in Laughlin? They were Isn't that next to Las Vegas? They're in Laughlin. I know, and it's okay. We can she knows I'm gonna laugh. She knows. She knows I'm gonna laugh. Oh yeah, your sugars. I had forgotten about that, but I'm glad they're good. I will tell y'all this, my daughter came to dinner last night. Yes, I was a good mother and I cooked what she asked me to. And her, she got off the pump. She was on the pump for years and years and years. And she finally fought to get off it to give herself her own shots to better control her sugar. She got news back that her A1C, which is a 3-month, um, it takes a total of your sugars for 3 months, and and anything over a 7 is high, but anything over a 10 is dangerous. She was over a 10 on the pump. Now that she's given herself her own injections now, she's got it down to an 8 point something. So, I mean, yeah, yeah. She hadn't been in shots in a long time. I watched my granddaughter, her daughter give her I kinda watched it. I had to turn away. Now I've given my daughter many shots, as we found out she was a diabetic when she was 9 years old, so but watching I had never seen her daughter give her a shot yet, and so I kinda, did that side-eyeing watch kinda thing, made me nervous. But yeah, her own daughter, her daughter's given her shots now and is able I mean, she knows how to check her sugar. She wakes up and her mom's not, his mom's out of it with low blood sugar or high blood sugar. Um, I really see that youngin becoming a nurse because she has helped take care of her mom her whole life. All right, let's get to this. Uh, I think what I'm gonna start out with is doing the bullet points. Um, our Channel 8 News had a reporter in court every day that since the trial has started. There's 2 different sessions each day, and if you get up and you miss your seat, if you get up and you leave your seat, believe you me, there's another line waiting outside to get in for the afternoon session. So they've had reporters in the courtroom, and they do bullet points at the end of the day. They do a midday kind of update, and then at the end of the day, they do bullet points. And I like bullet points. I do. It helps me understand. Let me make sure that I've got this as big as I can get it for you guys. Oh wait, hold on. Let me take that off. I didn't realize that was on. All right, there's that. Wait, I took that off. Wait, where am I? What's happening? Okay. All right. Now let me take down this comment. Okay. Now make this as big as I can get it. So it's wishtv.com, you guys, where I'm finding this information at, where I get the bullet points from. And that's what we're going to look at right now. So let me go back over there. Mods, I won't be able to see chat when I'm into this. because I'll be reading from this. I wish I could make it bigger so you guys could read it, but we'll start with yesterday's. We weren't here yesterday, so let's start with.
Good evening, everyone. It's another monumental day in the Delphi murders trial. The jury has now seen the video recorded on Libby German's cell phone just moments before the girls were killed. It shows a man walking on the Monon High Bridge. News 8's Kyla Russell is in Delphi at the Carroll County Courthouse breaking down the biggest moments of today's testimony.
The now 45-second clip was taken on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, just moments before the girls disappeared. And now the new enhanced version is revealing new details. An audio expert called in by the prosecution played the full length of what's been called the Bridge Guy video. It was taken on Libby's phone on the Monon High Bridge just seconds before the girls disappeared in February of 2017. In it,
Let me stop it right here just a second, you guys. This is a real look at the bridge, you guys. This is how it looked before. Half of it has already been fixed where you can actually walk out on here. This part right here is as far as I got because there was no way I could jump over this. You look straight down and you could fall through this. That's as far as I got right there. I wanted to show you guys that.
a man known as Bridge Guy is walking near the girls. Here's how the dialogue goes. The girls are walking along the bridge and you can hear Libby say, "See, this is the path." There's no path there, so we have to go down there. And 12 seconds later, Bridge Guy says, "Guys," and Abby Williams can be heard saying, "Hi," very timidly. Finally, we hear the line we've heard for years. Bridge Guy says, "Down the hill." The video is then sort of thrown around and cuts off. We know that video was the last known activity on Libby German's cell phone. We also heard from several people who were on the trails that day and say they saw Bridge Guy. First, we heard from Rayleigh Voorhees. She was 16 and was also on the trails. She showed the jurors on a map the route she walked and where she came across Bridge Guy. She said hi to him, and he did not say hi back. Next up was Brienne Wilbur. Brienne was one of Libby's sisters, Kelsey's, best friends. She said she passed him on the trail that day, too. She got weird vibes from him, and she said she was confused. He was dressed in so many layers on an unseasonably nice day for February. Finally, jurors heard from Betsy Blair, an avid hiker of those trails. All three of them told the jury they knew they had seen Bridge Guy as soon as they saw his photo, but Rayleigh noted the photo may have tainted her memory of him. And a mass amount of new physical evidence reveals more details about the case.
Let me stop it right here as well. For those of you that haven't really, oh God, there's 221. Okay. Those are my numbers. This is what I want you guys to pay attention to really quick. Do you see how he's dressed? So we can see he's got on jeans. He's got a jacket on. There's a hoodie underneath here. I think it's a hoodie because I think there's a hoodie over his head, and then this hat is over the hoodie. You guys, it was too warm for this. If you go back and you look at the pictures of what the girls were wearing that day, they were wearing spaghetti strap shirts with a sweater. I call it a sweater. It could be just a light little jacket on over it with a pair of jeans, and one of the girls is wearing sweats. It was not this warm. This is Indiana cold right here. This is what we're wearing, Indiana cold. Okay. Hands in pocket, freezing our asses off, and as many layers as we can get. He's wearing entirely too many layers. So when people say, why did he stand out? That would have been one of the things, because even me, I'm like, why are you wearing shorts with all these layers on top? Or I think, God, it's too cold to be dressed like that. Or I think, you're making me hot by wearing all them clothes. It's too hot. People would have noticed this, I'm telling you.
Her memory of him. And a mass amount of new physical evidence reveals more details about the case. Several sealed brown bags carry blood swabs, Libby's colored t-shirt found in Deer Creek, a pair of Hollister jeans, and pink underwear. We expect to continue hearing from witnesses that saw Bridge Guy that day or have any idea of his whereabouts in the following days. Reporting here in Delphi, I'm Kyla Russell for Wish TV, wishtv.com, or follow us on Facebook for updates.
Now, if you've missed any of our coverage at the Delphi.
All right. So that's that. Let me check in her chat really quick. Hello. Hello, Narissa C. Nurses. Never get it right. Never. Fair use is permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips. The balance in favor of fair use, fair use, fair use. Do not come at me. Everybody looks like they're doing okay. NYC, well, welcome NYC. Trigger warning. Yes, thank you, Mary Jane Doe. 10 days ago, Barbara Smith said they wanted to check me for anemia. You would have loved it, Leanie. Oh yes, 4 large tubes. I love it. Love it. I get to get more blood work next month. I'm super excited about it. All right, we're going to go back over here and read the minutes that were done in this. Hold on, I got a cough. Got a cough. Don't want to cough in your ear. Hold on. Okay. Go back over here. I'm going to start from the bottom up because that's more chronological to me than going down in the time stamps. The first part is just a brief summary of the day 3, what happened on day 3, which we already covered in our last live over it, but just to give you a refresher course really quick of what happened on day 3. It was an emotional day in Carroll County Courthouse on Monday. While the jury heard 3 law enforcement officers who were some of the first to document the scene, the court also heard 42 crime scene photos. That's not, well, there were 60. I don't know if they were part of the crime scene, but there were 60 photos that were shown. Most of the courtroom struggled to watch. They included several graphic images of Abby Williams and Libby German's bodies, as well as other evidence from the scene. News 8's Kyla Russell reported that family members of both girls and Richard Allen were emotional, either holding hands, crying, or looking away from the exhibits. Testimonies were given by Detective Duran, how do you say his name again? Giancola was the first deputy to see the girls' bodies. Indiana State Police Sergeant Jason Page, a crime scene investigator who secured and photographed the scene. ISP Sergeant Dwayne Datsman, a retired crime scene technician who was the CSI at the Deer Creek scene, and ISP Trooper Brian Alehi. I know I'm butchering his name. Who helped photograph evidence of the crime scene. To read their testimonies, you can click there. Outside the courtroom, Richard Allen's defense team requested the crime scene video recorded by Libby German shortly before her death should be limited and asked that the state not elicit testimony about the sounds in the area. All right, so that's what happened on day 3. We're going over day 4 and day 5 now. At 9 a.m., court begins its morning session. This is what happened yesterday, y'all. Court began at 9 a.m. Indiana State Police Trooper Brian Alehi returned to the stand Tuesday morning to continue his testimony and to discuss a large exhibit of the crime scene evidence. News 8's Kyla Russell reported state's prosecutor James Luttrell also brought a physical piece of evidence in a paper bag, a size 10 black Nike shoe found at Deer Creek. The shoe belonged to Libby. The exhibit included physical pieces of evidence, such as clothing from the girls, a tie-dye t-shirt, a gray hooded sweatshirt, a pair of Converse shoes were among the articles. The exhibit also included a Smith& Wesson cartridge, hair from Abby's fingers, strands of fiber, and various DNA swab from the girl's body and other pieces of evidence. Olehi told the jury that the pieces of evidence were put in storage on February 14th, and he completed sealing and recording them on the 16th. He was also present on February the 15th autopsy. The jury viewed the autopsy picture of Abby, seen wearing a pink shirt under a black sweatshirt. Olehi explained where blood and sweat spots were on the clothing. The clothes were still wet at the time of autopsy. The question of if Abby's clothes were wet or not had been highly contested, according to Russell. Defense attorney Brad Rosie began examining Olehi, referencing DNA evidence mentioned in the exhibit. Olehi told the jurors he was not aware of any DNA found in those exhibits connected to Richard Allen. Luttrell objected, first stating Olehi was not the right witness, then objected on relevance. Special Judge Frangol sustained. Now, I have to tell you, the reason why they're calling her Special Judge Frangol is because the first judge that was on this case recused himself because his family and him were all getting death threats. So he recused himself and they pulled in this judge, and this is how we got her. Russell says that Rosie and Olehi entered a tense back and forth about the public taking photos and crime scene, prompting Luttrell to object to questions on crime scene integrity. When asked about the sticks found near or on the bodies, Olehi said they appear to be placed by an individual to conceal them. Olehi continued, adding that the sticks weren't tested. He wasn't aware of any effort to take shoe impressions, and said there was no effort to lift fingerprints at the scene because there were no good surfaces. Rosie questioned Olehi about blood found on the tree at the scene, as well if there was any usual or unusual to find an unspent bullet in a wooded area in Indiana. Olehi said it's not common to find a bullet anywhere in Indiana. Rosie referenced the photo of the unspent bullet at the scene, to which Olehi said he had not seen it more than six photos of the bullet, and admitted that there were not pictures of where the bullet was after it was removed. The bullet was collected in its pure form. He later said that only 5 or 6 photos of the bullet was good. After a few questions from Luttrell and another from Rosie, the jury asked if the ground under Abby appeared disturbed to indicate that she was dressed there. Olehi said it was not disturbed. That's one thing I forgot to mention to you guys. This judge is allowing questions from the jury. So after testimony of an individual, the jury is allowed to write a question on a piece of paper. It is then submitted to the judge. The judge reads it, and it is answered in that order. At 12:55, the court breaks for lunch. So at 1:15, they go back and see they're only getting that's only 20 minutes for lunch break. At 1:15, state forensic examiner explains the cell phone extraction. Now, this is only just bullets, you guys. I have something for us to watch about what was talked about with ballistics today about that. Not ballistics, I'm sorry, about the cell phone and when it pinged, times it pinged, and all that. That's going to explain more about it. Is very good. The state's second witness was Indiana State Police Lieutenant Brian Booner, a state forensic examiner who worked with ISP's digital forensic until 2009. Brunner explained the process of cell phone extraction to the court, which including retrieving the phone, manual examining and photographing the phone, sorry, extricating the data with tools by plugging it into a computer, putting data into different software, then processing the data into a report. Bunner said the report for Libby German's phone was several hundred pages. You can imagine. After creating the report for Libby's phone, he told the jury he handed it to the detectives. I wanted to get that information off the phone and into the hands of the investigators, he said. Bunner said he looked through Libby's camera roll and found the bridge guy video that we listened to. He also mentioned the camera roll was the phone's last user activity, meaning what was on that camera was the last we heard from the victims, right? The approximately 35-second video, okay, see, this is wrong, and I've heard everybody say it wrong. I've only heard it said correctly, and it really, it should be minute, but to me, it's big. The video that they're talking about was 43 seconds. The approximate 35-second video was taken between 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. on February the 13th at 2017. Now we're going to get an exact timestamp of that video in just a little bit. In the video, Libby and Abby can be heard talking in conversation while on the bridge. Libby's mother cried upon hearing their voices. News 8 Kyla Russell said in the video, News 8 Kyla Russell said, according to Russell, one of the girls was heard on the video, see, the trail ends here. There's no path, so we have to go down there. Bunner told the court that he took several screenshots of the video to send to detectives. State prosecutor Nick McClellan asked if the pictures could he see a man behind Abby. No, Bunner said. In the following photos, can you? McClellan asked. Yes, Bunner said. Libby's phone had data extracted at least 4 times, according to Bunner. The defense began their cross-examination, going back and forth on types of extractions and metadata collected. They asked about the longitude and latitude coordinates pulled from the bridge video, which Bunner claims was close, but later admitted he did not look at the GPS data on the video. He told prosecutor McClellan after cross-examination of the GPS location on the video was in a reasonable area, but not exact because that capability was not there yet. He ended his statement by saying an iPad could have been used to find the location if Find My iPhone was turned on for both devices, which we know it was not. Everybody doing okay? Everybody okay? All right. All right. Back to this. All right, back up. Let's see. At 2 p.m., starting at 2 p.m., jury is shown cell phone recording. Hold on, let me shut that door. I'm freaking freezing. Got the door freaking wide open. Okay, sorry about that. All right, at 2 p.m., jury is shown Libby's cell phone recording. Audio and video of the 2 girls and a guy walking on the bridge was played for the jurors. It was the full cell phone recording one of the 2 murdered girls. Libby German captured before their murders in February 2017. So Libby was recording and Abby was on the video. The recording has been a huge piece of the puzzle in the Delphi murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Jeremy Chapman, an audio-visual forensic expert who's worked with Indiana State Police in civil roles, testified testified how he can enhance audio to make the sound better and eliminate background noise. He described what he did on Libby's recording. Chapman said Chapman said he enhanced the portion of the video that's been played in the media when the voice says down the hill. In the later half of the February 2017, state police first shared a portion of the audio from the video and the short clip of the man walking on the Monon High Bridge near Delphi. Police said that the voice saying down the hill was a suspect. Authorities had not released any other portions of the cell phone recording before Tuesday. In 2017, police had called Libby a hero for getting the recording, which has subsequently been referred to as the Bridge Guy video. The prosecution asked Chapman what he thought it was being said when the portion of the video was being played. A defense attorney objected to the question, but Chapman answered, "My opinion," he says, "down the hill." In the video, Bridge Guy says, "down the hill." The girls are walking along the bridge and one of them says, "See, this is the path." There's no path. So we have to go down there. Next to testify was Riley Voorhees. On the day Abby and Libby went missing in 2017, Voorhees was then the age of 16, was also on the trail that the girls had walked. Voorhees talked about passing a man along the trail, and she said hi to him. He did not reply. Once the girls were reported missing, Voorhees reported that she encountered a man, and she later shared with authorities the photos she had taken on her phone and talked with authorities about the man she had passed. The prosecution shared a photo of Bridge Guy from Libby's recording, and Voorhees said that he was the man she had passed. Defense attorney Jennifer Auger, asked Voorhees to describe the man she passed. Voorhees gave a description. Later, Voorhees agreed that the photo of Bridge Guy had possibly affected her memory of him as she described him to the jurors. All right. This says previous coverage. Defense attorney in Delphi murders trial requests limits on the girls' video. That didn't happen. All right. And at 3:45, two people test about being on the Monon High Trail or the Monon Trail on February the 13th, 2017. Brianne Welber was 16 when she was walking on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017. That's the day authorities believe 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German were murdered. Welber said she made a post on Snapchat when she was on the bridge that February day. She says it wasn't uncommon for people to go on the Monon Trail with friends, but never alone. Libby had messaged Welber on Snapchat while Welber was on the trail. Later that day, she learned Abby and Libby were missing. Days later, Welber saw an image that the police had shared from Libby's phone. The image in the trail had been described as Bridge Guy. It's a grainy image of a man on the Monon Trail, believed by authorities to be the murder suspect, Richard Allen. Welber told jurors that on Tuesday, upon seeing the grainy image, first thing I thought was, is that the person I saw on the trail? Next to testify, it was Betsy Blair, who said she frequently visited the Monon Trail in 2016 and 2017, including the day February 13th, 2017. Her Fitbit and wearable electronic device helped her recall how many loops she did on the trail that day. In her third and final loop, she saw a man and later two girls on the trail. Eventually, she called the county sheriff's office and reported people she encountered on the trail. After a grainy image had been released, Blair told juries, "I recognized him as the one I'd seen on the bridge." She later added, I immediately knew when I saw the photo that was the man I saw on the bridge. The jury questioned how Blair recognized Bridge Guy, and she said it was his posture and the way he was standing. She also said she could have mistaken the man having a hat on his head for brown, poofy hair. The final person to testify Tuesday afternoon was Steve Mullen, an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. Mullen talked about collecting video from sources in the Delphi case and how he determined when and where the videos were taken. At 4:59, trial adjourned for the day. So that is the minutes on what happened yesterday. Let's check in. How's everybody doing? Yes, justice for Abby and Libby. Yeah, WTHR 13 does have coverage. You're correct. Thank you, Millie Jo, for putting that again in chat. Fair use is permitted by the copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips in the balance of favor of fair use. Yes. All right, guys. There was something I wanted to say about that, but I guess it'll come to me later. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys that today, every day since this has started, Liberty's family has been in court. Not every day has Anna Williams, who is Abby's mom, been in court. She's a very private lady. She has not done a whole lot of interviews. She has not been in the public eye a lot, as the Germans have. And I'm not saying either way is right or wrong. They have to do what's right for them to get through it. She did show up for court this morning, but was quickly alerted that of what was going to be played, the autopsy and things like that, and she left. She did not want to see those again, as I believe, and it's been reported many times that the families have seen the autopsy photos, have seen the crime scene photos, as well as Richard Allen has seen them as well. So I have to be fair about that. All right, so let's get into what happened today, and then we'll go over and talk about some stuff. And then I want to bring up this other YouTube creator that was in the courtroom that talks about in more depth about the whole cell phone use thing. I felt like that was really important. Hope everybody's doing.
News 8 at 6 starts now.
We begin tonight at 6 o'clock with the Delphi murders trial. The jury today has heard details on the autopsies of Abby Williams and Libby German. And Richard Allen's attorneys are making a new push to tell jurors the killing may have been a ritualistic sacrifice. We have full iTeammate coverage for you tonight. We start in Carroll County. That's where Kyla Russell has been listening to testimony. And Kyla, let's start with those autopsy results.
Yes, Phil. So some of the most compelling testimony today coming from the doctor who performed those autopsies on Abby and Libby's bodies on February 15th, 2017. That's just 2 days after they disappeared. So the jury actually saw 14 images from those autopsies today. And what's notable is Dr. Roland Kaur, he's the one that took the autopsy. He took to the stand today and he explained the fatal wounds he observed on the necks of both girls. Now, Abby had one incision on her neck on the left side, and Libby had multiple. Neither of them had defensive wounds and did not.
Sorry, I should have put this out. Trigger warning, you guys. Please protect yourself. If this is just something you cannot deal with, I understand. And I thank you for being here, and go take care of yourself if this is just something you cannot deal with. Totally get it.
Have any overt sexual trauma, he said. Now, the doctor also said that Abby likely died in about 5 to 10 minutes and Libby likely died in around 5. That all could have been impacted by several factors. He isn't super sure of, though, and he estimates that they actually died about 41 hours before those autopsies happened.
Kyla, also, I want to ask you about another part of that autopsy testimony, specifically talk about a box cutter. That had the defense really upset, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I can confirm that they were pretty back and forth dynamic with that. What was interesting is, so Dr. Kaur, he said in his first report after the autopsies were done in 2017, he said it was likely a serrated edge that killed the girls. But then he did a deposition with the defense in February of this year where he kind of generalized that. And he said there was a serration in some of the wounds. Now, today in court, he said that after that deposition, he sort of rethought exactly what could have been used and that it actually could have been something like a box cutter. That was the quote. Now, the defense said the doctor has changed his story and that he didn't revise his report to reflect that. That's what they're upset about. And then also, interestingly, in questioning, he also revealed that at least one weapon was used to kill the girls, but that he couldn't tell you how many it could have been.
I want to stop it right there a minute. We're going to hear later on because the confessions, I think, are going to start tomorrow. They're going to start talking about, you guys know that Richard Allen has confessed to this at least 63 times. And we're also going to be able, when you're in jail, you can't just, hit the bars with your cup and say, hey, I want to speak to a judge, or I want to speak to the lawyer, I want to speak to the sheriff. You have to submit in writing. So they get these pieces of paper, and it, you put your name on there, the date, who you want to speak to, and then you're given, in the middle of that piece of paper, there is a place for comments as to why you want to speak to the person you're requesting. And I'm just going to tell you now, I've seen the copy of it, you guys. On that copy, it says I want to. It says I want to for. I don't want to get it wrong. Anyways, it's a confession on that paper. He wants to confess to the murders, and then I'm verbatim saying that. And then on the side, he writes, and I hope I get a chance to apologize for the families. That's in writing that he submitted so that he could talk to the sheriff or whoever it was that he wanted to confess it to. That was also during there. Also, what I want to say about this knife and the box cutter and stuff, on one of the confessions, and I think we're going to hear it tomorrow or the next day, on one of the confessions that I don't know how many times, but I know at least once when he was asked how he murdered these girls when he was confessing, so I can say how he murdered them when he was confessing. He said that he used a box cutter. So it is said that in court, you guys will hear this. It is said in court that whenever the doctor the forensic guy who is saying that possibly it was a box cutter, um, the whole court just kind of gasped, or the people, not the jury, but like the people who've been following this, because we know that there's two things Richard Allen said that they never put out. There was a lot of stuff that they held close to the vest that only the killer would know, right? That was one of them, that it was believed to be a box cutter, and they didn't put it out. So when he said, I really believe that it could very well have been a box cutter, Richard Allen, when he was confessing, said that he used a box killer to cause wounds to their throat, and that he threw the box cutter away behind the CVS he was working in the trash can. Now, in that same confession, he also said that he shot one of the girls in the back. Now, we know that to be untrue. But my question is, this is just me critically thinking. This is just me using, my head. Did he believe that he shot him? I mean, there was a bullet out there that was unspent. Or did he mean to shoot him? Did he think, you guys, this happened quicker than we think it happened. quicker than some people think it happened. I think it was a frenzy. I think he got startled and he meant to do some SA, whatever that was going to look like for him. And then I think he was going to murder these girls. But I think because people came out looking for him quicker than he thought, or even knew that was going to happen, that it foiled his plan. So I believe it ended up being a frenzy of things, and it wasn't as clean as what he wanted it to be. So with him saying that I shot one of them, I think he thinks that he did, but that's just me. That's me speculating. That's me trying to make sense of how that the bullet got on the ground. Whoever it was obviously had a bullet, had a gun. That's how he got him down the hill. So let's move on with this. I'm bantering too much.
Something also really interesting, Kyla. We also learned more about information that was gathered from the girls' cell phones.
Yeah, so Libby German, she's the one with the cell phone, and we got quite a bit of new information kind of about the cell phone use and how important it is to both the prosecution and the defense today. So today, the commander of the Indiana Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, he took the stand and he faced several questions. He started off by explaining what two reports that he did revealed. So first, that report shows that although it was Libby's iPhone, both Abby and Libby were logged into multiple apps on the phone, so they both were using it. Now, we also learned that the phone was receiving texts and calls after their disappearance all throughout the night on February 13th, and even one was read aloud in court. That came from Libby's grandma at 4:06 p.m. on the 13th, saying, "You need to call me now." Interestingly, though, on the 14th, the phone appears to have remained on, he said, but didn't receive calls or texts for a while. That's until 4:33 a.m. on the 14th again. The phone received about 20 SMS texts. And then when asked why there's a gap, the commander said he wasn't sure. We also learned today some new information that I found extremely interesting. 23 devices were taken from Richard Allen's home in November of 2022. And what's interesting about that is when asked exactly if those devices tied Richard Allen to either of the girls, those 23 that were seized, the commander said no, they didn't. And also what's interesting is the defense pointed out that actually the phone that Richard Allen had during the time of the murders was not part of that seize. So just kind of an interesting dynamic with that. And we're kind of learning some of those linchpins for the defense and the prosecution today.
And we learn new information every single day. Kyla, thank you so much. Let's turn now to I-Teammates Cody Fisher. Cody, the defense team filed a motion this morning to admit evidence the judge previously said that they could not talk about at the trial, right?
Yeah, Phil, Richard Allen's attorneys want the jury to hear evidence and testimony from their experts who say that the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German were Odinism ritualistic killings. For more than a year, the defense team has claimed the murders were ritualistic and connected to Odinism. They filed several motions and spent hours in court trying to convince the judge to let them show that evidence to the jury. Judge Gull has denied them at every turn. Yesterday, the prosecution put a crime scene investigator on the stand who testified that the sticks placed on the bodies of Abby and Libby were an attempt by the killer to conceal the bodies from being found. During hearings in July, the defense put Dr. Dawn Perlmutter on the stand. She has experience in training FBI agents on how to identify ritualistic killings. At the time, she testified that the sticks on Abby and Libby were an indication that the killings were ritualistic. Because the crime scene investigator testified Tuesday that the sticks were an attempt to cover up the body, the defense is now saying Richard Allen has a constitutional right to be able to present an alternative theory to the jury, that the sticks were purposefully placed in the shape of Nordic runes as part of ritualistic killings. In September, Judge Gull ruled the defense would not be allowed to present evidence about Odinism to the jury. And right now, we still don't know when Judge Gull will rule on this newest motion by the defense. For I-Teammate, I'm Cody Fisher for Wish TV, wishtv.com, and remember, follow us on Facebook for updates.
All right. How's everybody doing? Thank you for being here. Listen, I'm kind of upset about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of upset about that. But I'm not a judge. I'm not in the jury. I don't know what the right thing to do is. But the judge already ruled and said, we're not doing that. We're not going to bring up PCT Extreme. Hello. I hope the judge doesn't deny Odinus again. I hope she does. I hope she does. And the phone was never turned off. No, no, no. We're going to get to that. Stick around, PCT. The phone was never turned off. How's everybody doing? Abby's boyfriend was not related to Logan. It was a different. That's right. Abby's boyfriend was not. Wild Angel, hello. I'm just kind of going through chat really quick. The doctor's not sure what was used. Yeah, right. You're right. Well, I can understand both. I mean, if you listen to, I don't know where I heard it. We might hear it on the next one. So Abby only had one wound, one swift. That was it. They think Libby was the target, and I have said that before. Libby had 4 to 5 wounds to her neck. One of the wounds they said was either swiped twice in the same place by the way that the skin is laid around it, or it was done with a serrated edge. So, and oh, that's the other thing I wanted to tell you. I know it says 41 hours later that the autopsies were done. That is because, remember, you guys, they did not remove the bodies until the 15th. So the girls were killed on the 13th, even though one of the girls' headstones says the 14th. So one of the girls on their headstones, it says that their date is the 13th. The other girls says the 14th, and that's because they gave the family a choice which date to use. I don't understand that, but that's what they did. And the whole Odinus theory is the defense did, in my opinion, exactly what they set out to do, and it was to cause people to doubt. They said years ago that Abby did not immediately die from the wounds, but hypothermia as well. The court is not saying that now. They're saying like 5 to 10 minutes. Family told different info back then. Yeah, right. I heard today that Abby died probably within 7 minutes because the wound that she had, there was not an artery cut. That Libby died. Now, I don't know who said it, who was on the bench, who said it, but I had heard today that Libby died actually pretty quick because her carotid artery was cut. PCT, you can't. Oh, PCT, you and I need to talk. Girlfriend, you need help with this. If you ever walked that bridge, he's not walking with a limp. I don't know if he walks with a limp or not. I don't know. But you can't look at that video of 2 steps that are being looped and say that man walked with a limp. You have to see what the bridge looked like. It was very uneven. There were pieces missing in it. And he's moving fast across the bridge. I mean fast. So those 2 images where they do one step and the other step are they're put together. So yeah, we don't know if he walked with a limp. That could be just the way that the bridge was. Well, and it's not ignorant at all. What they're saying is Richard Allen did not kill him because he wasn't an Odinist. That because there is a ring of Odinists in the area, and they're saying that it was a ritualistic killing. To this, I ask you, for those that believe that it was a ritualistic, does anybody know what an Odinist is and what they believe in? They're a white supremacy group. Now tell me why a white supremacy group would go kill 2 white little girls. And when have you ever heard that happening before? Also, while you're at it, I need you to research and find out exactly how many murders have been solved or found or believed to have been a ritualistic killing by Odinists. Fair use is permitted by the copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Thank you so much. They were dressed in black and red. Who was they? Where are you getting this? And when did you get this? Who's they that was dressed in black and red? Do you know how many people were on the trails that day? No, none. These are kids we're talking about. These are kids that were on the trail. And they gave witness to everybody they saw on the trail. There was nobody reported at all that was in black or red or females or dresses. So where are we getting that from? The police said a man had a limp way in the beginning. I've never heard that. I've heard it said just by people that say, oh, look at him. They've said, now watch his gait. Now, gait can mean the way that he's walking, but it also can mean the way that he's standing and maneuvering his body. But then that was taken away because when you realize this video was only 43 seconds long, 43 seconds. To the naked eye, one of the people that I watched that was in the courtroom said she never even saw Richard Allen on the video. So she looked over at whoever was sitting next to her and said, did you even see the bridge guy on the video? And she's like, yeah, he was in the upper corner. I'm going to explain to you what happened on the video, and you'll hear it later. But because we're all wondering how the hell they got the video and how they got the sound and all this other stuff, right? So there's 43 seconds of Abby and Libby, blah blah blah. It's happening real quick, blah blah blah. Okay, talking, having fun, being teenagers, yay. In the corner, for just a split few seconds, there's the bridge guy coming, right? So they zoomed in on that. That's why we could never get a picture, a clear picture of him, because in the video he's 50 yards away from where the girls were. That's a long way. Okay. And that's how fast the man walks 50 yards on a bridge that's almost 300 feet in the air with no rails on it and huge gaps in it where there are railroad ties missing out. He walked across that bridge that fast in like 20 seconds. He was moving. Okay. So in the end, they said, or if you listen to all of everything that the police put out, the Doug Carter put out, all this, you can't really pay attention to like the way he was walking, because those were two things that were put together and they were 50 yards away. So it was one frame put with another frame to make him walk with almost 2 steps. You understand? It's not the same part. So how they got the sound was when he said those things, he wasn't 50 yards away from them at that time. He was closer to them. So they took the sound from the end of it and added it, not with his, that's why they said, people are saying, well, his mouth's not moving. Well, no shit. Well, that's because he's 50 yards away. You're not going to hear shit anyways. Of course, he's not talking to him 50 yards away. That's half a football field, people. Critical thinking. Come on, guys, get with me. Critical thinking, common sense. All right. So the guys down the hill was taken at the end of that 43-second. The little clip of the two videos that were put together to show two steps of him together was taken 50 yards away, and they were just added together. So really there are three things added together into that one little clip that they showed us. One is audio, and then two different steps that they tried to line up where his body is working together. Does that make any sense now? Lindley, I seen a video earlier today that showed Richard Allen and his wife walking, and he was walking with his hands in his pants. Like, yeah, that is one thing that there were people that gave interviews that know him after he was arrested, and they said he always had his hands in his pants. Could be just because he's cold, but he always did have his hands in his pants, they said. I always have my hands behind me in the back of my pants because my hands are always cold. Poor Abby says there's no path to the bridge guy, and he says down the hill again. Well, we don't know if he said down the hill again because it's only on the video of once. Did the other witness state the man was small? He was little. Yeah, they said that. So these are 16-year-old girls, right? They haven't reached their full growth of maturity yet, and they said that, or pardon me, 16-year-old girls would have just about reached it. It takes longer for boys. I think girls finish up at 17 or 18. Boys can go all the way till they're 21. Anyways, they said that they thought that the top of his head came to their shoulders. Now, Richard Allen is only 5'4". On the longer version, bridge guy phone tapping. What do you mean? Oh, taping on the longer version of bridge guy phone taping. Yes. So it's two different pieces. It's two different pieces put together to make his body work together to take two steps. Okay, let's get back. You guys keep chatting it up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Do me a favor and hit the like button. I appreciate it. They played the whole version today. Richard said it again. The news people, after hearing that, sit in there. No, he only said it once. He only says it once on the video. Promise you. Promise you. They played the whole version today, right, which is 43 seconds long. He didn't say guys down the hill until the end. Now, you'll hear some people report this is what I said the first night I did this. It's amazing that all these people can be sitting in the courtroom and hear two different things. Let me just give you an example. One person said while hearing that the whole version, the 43 seconds today, one person said that Abby said there's no path after Richard said guys down the hill. Now, the guys down the hill is not as close together either as what the video is that they released is making it sound like. He says, guys, somebody said in the courtroom, he says, guys, and Abby says, hi, and he says, down the hill. And then somebody else says, that was in the same courtroom, says that Abby was telling Libby, there's no trail on the in here. We got to go down this way. But while just yesterday, somebody said that Abby didn't say there's no trail until after Richard said, you see what's happening here? So just because the news is reporting it or the people sitting in the courtroom are reporting it, everybody's saying it a different way. Was there any mention of either girl speaking about a gun? See, some people say that again, there's one person who was sitting in the video says you can clearly hear the gun cocked when the bridge guy says, guys, gun cock down the hill. The gun cock is what they took out of the recording and put the guys down the hill together so that nobody would know that a gun was in play. It's just one of the things that the police wanted to keep close to the vest so that only the killer would know about the gun. Did I hear right that they took Richard Allen's clothes that resemble what Bridge Guy was wearing? I think they took, yeah, because Kathy, his wife, said that he absolutely did own a Carhartt jacket. So I don't know what all clothes, but they did take clothes. But come on, he got rid of that shit quick. He really did. I'm just going by what I heard a few hours ago. I'm listening to the news where the courthouse is. I got you. No, and I agree, Tina. I'm not calling you a liar, or I'm just saying that um, people that are in the courthouse are reporting it different ways. They're kind of reporting the same things, but in different sequences in different ways. And some of them are just saying different stuff. It's amazing to me. Unless we're in there, none of us know there's a conflict of details. Correct. All right, let's get back to this. Thank you guys for being here. Please do me a favor, hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, do that. It's really important. It helps the channel. All right, let's see. This is the 5th day. This is today. Today. This is just minutes of what happened today in the courtroom. I guess again, this is taken from Wish TV minutes, but you know what? Okay, let's go all the way down because I want to read in chronological order. All right, so I don't need to do the brief summary of day 4 because we just read through that, so I don't have to do that. But court started at 9 a.m. Online court records, sorry, excuse me. Online court records show that Richard Allen's defense has filed a motion to admit evidence in court regarding Odinism and the theory the girls were murdered as a ritualistic killing. The defense first presented evidence of Odinism in the Delphi murders case in September 23. The team filed a 136-page memorandum claiming that members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Again, I'm going to ask you, these white nationalists, crazy people that are totally racist. Why are we killing white people? Why that don't make a lick of sense. Come on, guys, get with me. Let's use some common sense here. The Odinism theory was one of many the state pushed to bar from the jury during the trial, along with references to Keegan Kline, geocaching, and other third-party suspects. Following the state's motion, the defense retaliated, fighting for those arguments to be allowed in court. The court struck down the Odinist theory in September. The order saying that evidence must not be based on speculation, which it is, conjecture, rumors, or hearsay, rather than admissible evidence. It wasn't clear how the court would rule on the motion or if it would be discussed during Wednesday's session. So I'm guessing tomorrow morning she'll make the call whether she's going to allow it or not. At 11:15, the first witness testimony. The state's first witness on Wednesday morning was 35-year-old Sarah Carball. I have to tell y'all, this girl is fucking funny. I listened to two different people that were in the courtroom, and this girl and I could be friends because she was taking no shit off of nobody. She said after this is done, she wants nothing to do with this anymore. She was facetious and sarcastic, and I like her. All right. A lifelong Delphi resident who lived near the trail. She told the jury she had visited the trail every day with her dogs. Carball said she did not know Libby German and Abby Williams, but learned they were missing through an Amber Alert sent down February 13th, 2017. She didn't walk the trail that day, but drove by to see how busy it was. While there, she said she saw a group of people at the Mears entrance. Now, the Mears is across the street is their farm, including a girl wearing pink who appeared to be stressed. She also saw a man covered in mud and blood walking along the country road. She said she drove past the man who did not acknowledge her, but says she later recognized him as Bridge Guy. She waited 3 weeks to report who she saw to the police, saying she was afraid. Now, I'm going to say this. At first, that pissed me off because I thought, there's two girls that were murdered, and you're going to be afraid, and you've got information. But then I remembered how I felt, you guys, when I went out there, and we called the FBI, and I was scared to talk about it. Scared to death. I didn't know if I was going to get retaliation. I knew the FBI had our information. So I understand that fear of everything. So then I gave grace. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin began his cross-examination, asking questions about discrepancies and in her descriptions of mud and blood and her June 2017 interview with the police that had been an hour of it missing. And remember, there's some things that are missing. The police misplaced them. Mm-mm. I just got to be real. Now, I believe Richard Allen to be the guilty party here, but I'm saying there were mistakes that were done. Maybe some of them were on purpose. I don't know. Carball responded that the details were as simple as it is, and that outside of this testimony, I want nothing to do with this. Baldwin asked further questions about Bridge Guy's hair texture and eyes. You're romanticizing this, Carball said. You said he had very effeminate eyes, Baldwin said. She said, I did not say that. News 8 Kyla Russell reported that the jury appeared put off by Carball's reaction because she was a sarcastic, she's done with these people. After her cross-examination, state prosecutor Stacey Diener asked about discrepancies in how Carball described Bridge Guy's hood and hat. Carball replied that it feels like a Tinder profile of hats, with how many hats she had been shown. She continued by discussing her June 2017 interview and the portion that had been missing. She said that the part where she was asked to mark the Bridge Guy's photo was a part of the missing interview block. She mentioned, though, that the Bridge Guy's jacket was dark enough to where she wouldn't have seen blood on it, but his jeans were light enough to show the mud on them. The jury finished by asking how close she was to Bridge Guy when she saw him at the Mears entrance, to which she answered he was within 3 feet of the passenger side. Now, she said all different kinds of stuff. Why this lady didn't put this in the minutes, because I listened to other people again about this. The bottom of his pants were caked in mud. There was mud at different parts of the pants, but there was also, she also said, see, this is what the media does, right? They leave out things. And whether they're biased to one side or the other, I don't know. They say they're non-biased, but everybody's biased. I'm biased. But what this news person did not put out on the news was that in her testimony, she says that she saw what was not blood. What was not mud. It was clearly splatter of blood on his jeans, splattered blood on his jeans. But notice the news didn't put that out. That's why I'm saying, you guys, you have to, you can't just follow one, you can't just listen to the news. The news has their own agenda, okay? You can't just listen to one YouTuber. Don't just listen to me about it. I wasn't there. I'm just doing my own. This is my research. Do your own. But you can't just take one person's or one news organization or all the news organizations that aren't even in the room. You have to go and research this and then use your critical thinking and use your common sense. Because just because the news says it, it absolutely doesn't mean it's fact. Just because a YouTube person says it absolutely doesn't mean it's fact. But you got to research, you got to put all this shit together, start keeping notes. And eventually you find the common denominators. At 11:45 a.m., the doctor who performed the girls' autopsies testified. Dr. Roland Kaur, a forensic pathologist based out of Terre Haute, was the state's 20th witness. Can you guys believe there have been through 20 witnesses in the trial? Kaur is semi-retired and served as the Vigo County coroner for many years. He performed autopsies on Libby German and Abby Williams. Kaur explained the jury the steps of an autopsy, which begins with being contacted by the investigators and learning about the case, then later performing examinations of the bodies. The first autopsy was performed on Abby. Kaur noted Abby's clothing and physical injuries and performed a RAPE kit. He said that Abby had a 1-inch deep, 3-inch long incision wound on her neck. She also had a faint mark under her mouth, which Kaur said could be from duct tape or a cloth. Abby showed no signs of blunt force trauma or restraint wounds. He said that though the RAPE kit showed no overt injury patterns, that does not mean that SA did not occur. I don't believe it did. I don't think there was enough time. I think he meant to do it, but it didn't happen. Libby German's autopsy was performed second. Kaur said he noted her clothing, physical injuries, and performed a RAP kit. The autopsy report said Libby had anywhere from 3 to 5 incision wounds to the right side of her neck, the largest being about 3.5 inches long. She also showed no signs of overt SA or defensive wounds. Kaur estimated that the girls died approximately 41 hours before the autopsy. Defense attorney Brad Rosie began by cross-examining the discussed Kaur's deposition from February 2024. Kaur's deposition included information about the attack and the speculation that the girls' reaction after being attacked. He said in February deposition that he couldn't determine if the killer was left or right-handed and that a serrated knife had been used. Kaur then said after his deposition that a box cutter may have been used instead of a serrated knife, but did not inform the defense. News 8 Kyla Russell and said Rozzi showed upset in the courtroom after Kaur admitted to his uncertainty about the weapon and did not file a new report. Court breaks for lunch at 12:45 and resumes at 1:45. Oh, they got them an hour. All right, you guys, this is an order of judgment. Order of motion to leave or intervene the public access to court records is what this is. Judge Gull ruled that Indian Trail rules limits the availability of audio recording of the proceeding of a proceeding to a party. She ruled that the YouTube personality who made the motion is not a party to the case, and the court is not required to provide. Oh, so, a YouTuber wants the recording. Judge Gull goes further in below document and says the balance of motion to intervene is merely a complaint about how the court is conducting a trial. Oh, yeah, JLR has done a lot of these. He has sued many places for stuff that the court says, now you're not getting. So these are just different motions that she's ruled on. You guys can find these on here. Just to save time, I will leave them. All right, up here we're going to 336 state police officer reviews forensics from Libby's phone. Now, like I said, we're gonna go over one of the YouTube creators that I have been watching ever since I've been on YouTube. It's not Gray Hughes, to which I have followed since this has begun, but I have followed this guy. A lot of people don't like a lot of people. I'm not always like 3:36 p.m. The trial resumed at 2 p.m. and a break followed at 3:25. Sergeant first class. No, sorry. First sergeant, which is sergeant first class. Christopher D. Cecil of Indiana State Police said he's been in law enforcement 20 years, took the stand. He has a college degree in digital forensics and in 2019 became a computer forensics examiner for the state police. He joined the Delphi murders investigation and volunteered to examine Libby's phone. How nice. Cecil analyzed the iPhone and the SIM card inside first in 2019 using a gray key device from the state police. The device is capable of unlocking iPhones and other similar devices, unlike previous software was able to do. Now, here's what I'm talking about. You guys. In this analysis, Cecil produced a full data extraction of the phone's content and reviewed that by putting it into a program called a Celebrate. The review lasted between late July 2019 and so he worked on this a whole year. His goal was to extract data and create a timeline of events of the phone's use starting February the 13th, 2017, the day the police believe Abby and Libby were murdered. Cecil compiled a report in 2019 on what he found on Libby's iPhone. Here are some highlights. 2 people were using Libby's phone. Many apps had logons for Abby and Libby. There were several fingerprints saved to the phone, including Abby's. That means several people were able to get into her phone using their fingerprint. The health app on the phone was working. In the background, the recorded steps taken, changes in elevation, the distances traveled. Cecil outlined this information for the jurors. The phone also made 2 calls, was plugged into a power source, and posted photos to Snapchat on February 13th, 2017. The phone also recorded the bridge guy video the jurors watched on Tuesday. This year, Cecil compiled a second report, including more extensive information from the iPhone using a program new to the state police called Knowledge C. The software was also able to provide a more detailed view of the day's timeline. Analysis for the report happened between May the 10th to August the 18th of this year. Here's the brief breakdown. At 1:41 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, a picture was posted from the phone to Libby's Snapchat account. At 1:43 p.m. that same day, another picture was posted to Snapchat. At 2:05 p.m. on February the 13th, a picture of the Monon High Bridge was posted to Snapchat. The phone was last locked at 2:07 p.m., which is 2 minutes that the Monon High Bridge, just the picture of the bridge was locked. On February 13th, 2017. Although someone failed to unlock it with a fingerprint about 7 minutes later. At 2:13 p.m., the bridge guy video is recorded. You guys know how I feel about numbers, right? I have my special numbers for reasons of my own, but get this. So at 2:13 p.m., the bridge guy video is recorded. The girls died on 2:13 as well. That may not mean nothing to you, but me, I was like, wait, what? At 2:14, someone attempts to unlock the phone but fails. The last recorded movement of the phone was at 2:32 p.m., February 13th at 2000 on February 13th, 2017. The last signal from the phone came about 10:32 p.m., February 13th, 2017. Cecil reported he thought that the phone had died. He found no indication that the phone was turned off from 2:13 p.m. on February the 13th, 2017 to 4:33 a.m. on February. See, the phone was he shows no indication that it was turned off. The phone received calls and texts late into the day on February the 13th. The phone stopped receiving notifications late February 13th until 4:30 a.m. on February 14th, when about 20 SM message notifications came in. When asked why the phone did not receive messages between them, Cecil said he did not know. The phone did not have any more activity tracked until it was plugged in the next day by ISP, Indiana State Police investigator Brian Bunner. Early on in his testimony, he focused on the GPS capabilities of an iPhone. He outlined that several apps, including the App Store, Camera, Maps, Photos, and Snapchat, were limited to providing a location only when in use. The only app with location always on was the weather. Local services for the Walmart app were set to never. Cecil explained how the GPS begins by tracking a general location, then quickly narrows it down. Cecil told the jury the bridge guy video's metadata first shows the video as having been taken near the Delphi High School, but within seconds, it quickly shows the location as near the Monon High Bridge. And that's the end of that testimony right there. I just want to say this. For me, my way of thinking is my own personal, let me jump in chat really quick, 'cause I'm sure a lot of people are talking about that. I had to, when I was listening to this and how we now know the girls were already dead when those 20 SM messages came in, supposedly nobody was using the phone and hadn't used the phone in many hours part of that, and how them, here's what I liken it to, you guys. There's been many times that people have told me, my family calls me and gives me what for. I mean, they give me so much shit about, I messaged you. And I have to prove to them, y'all have to take pictures to prove to them that I didn't get their message. Oh, then all of a sudden I get a buttload of messages all at once. Okay. Then I send that over. I screenshot that and send it to them. And I'm like, look, you little jerks. This is what's happening. Why it's happening? I don't know. I haven't left the damn house. So why that happens? I don't know. But I know that it even happens to me. And that's the only reason I can think about those SM things coming in all at once. I don't think the phone, listen, If he was dumb enough to try to get into her phone, do you honestly think he would have left it there? You guys, there as of right now, there's none of his DNA. Whoever did this, whoever killed these girls, did a really good job of cleaning up after themselves and making sure that it wasn't there. Why would he leave a cell phone? Come on, guys. Does does that make any sense at all? He made sure to wear gloves. He was dressed like he was, where he could just same. I just think that he had extra clothes on, and he was able to strip it down, and not carry any of that DNA in his car. I don't know. Not that they would have found it anyways. It was 7 years later or 6 years later, but I just think you got to use your brains when it comes to this stuff. And I know all of our brains think differently. And my brain's thinking, why can't these people see that there's no way this guy would have taken that many precautions, that he would not have been caught, and that his DNA was not left there? But yet he tried to open Libby's phone and he left it at the scene underneath the body. Makes no sense. That's just my way of thinking. Leni and I've never been on the same page. That's true, PCT. And I'm okay with that. I really am. All I can do is pray, because I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I know that this is what I know. I know that I've done so much research and followed everything I could follow and hung out with people I can't stand in their damn chats, because I think they're on the right page when it comes to investigating this. I've watched everything. I've heard everything. I've done everything. So it's quite hard for me not to be biased when all roads point to it. But I appreciate the way other people see it too. The news is not reporting now what they reported in 2017 every day. You would have to be in Indiana at that time, watch the news every day. I just as I was ignored given the first warning. You're right, Diamond. You're not being ignored, girl. And I didn't ignore you then. Wait, hold on. You were absolutely not ignored when it came to giving a warning, the first warning out about Gina. You absolutely weren't. I read your comment out loud, just as I read a couple of other comments out loud. And I said, everybody, I believe people can change if they choose to change. I knew about Gina. I've been over there. Even though 3 Dave says that's a lie, because he said you only came to YouTube 2 months before you went live, because you said it in Tina's chat. No, you dumb fucker. That's when I said that I started my channel. I've been on YouTube for over 2 years. So I knew of Gina, but I never ignored you. I just said everyone deserves a shot, and you get one here. She got one. She fucked up. She's gone. Just like I do for anybody. So you weren't ignored then, you're not being ignored now. I need a cigarette. Why was the wood placed on the girls like that? Why were their bodies bent in certain directions? Libby's clothes were put on Abby. They said today Libby was naked. Why? Okay, well, here you go. Here you go. I think people see what they want to see. If you look at something long enough, you'll figure it out. Everybody sees things differently. Like one time I remember running and grabbing my dad because we were traveling, and I could swear I saw an armadillo, and I brought him back to the place. It was a rock. People see things differently. So if you stare at it long enough and you want to believe that it's odinous, then yeah, we could figure it out and get us some. This is the way that I think we can figure it out and make it look like that. the F on the tree isn't necessarily an F. I mean, it's not connected, right? The top line isn't connected. If you flip it around, it looks like a 7. So there's that. Libby's clothes were put on Abby, they said today. Right. Well, not all of her clothes. But here's the deal. If you told him to undress, which he did, obviously, whoever it was, told him to undress because nobody's just going to take off their clothes. He told him to undress. I think he told Abby to redress. Here's the deal. Their clothes were soaking wet. All the clothes were wet. Obviously, they wore their clothes across the stream, correct? Abby's pants were in the water. So I think he threw clothes in. I think either they were told to throw clothes in or whatever, and then he told Abby to stop and get dressed. So if you look at what Abby was wearing skinny jeans. You know how hard those would be to get on a wet, your body when they're wet. And they weren't even around. It was Libby's pants that I think were there, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, she was still wearing her tank top and Libby's pants, both of her shoes, no socks. And so I think either she was redressed. Here's why I think she was redressed, because in the autopsy photo, here's why I think she dressed herself. I'm sorry. In the autopsy photos, when they turned her over, there was mud on her hiney and on the backs of her thighs, which tells me she was sitting on the ground, in the mud, right? She got mud on the back. If he was the one that redressed her after she was deceased, there would have been more dirt, mud, like up around her shoulders where he's like jimmying the clothes back on her, shoving her shoes back on her, things like that. So the way that I took it with the way that it was said in court, just using my mind, what it would look like if I was sitting on the ground trying to put my clothes on, or if somebody was doing it, putting clothes on me, how much dirt and mud would be on my body would be a lot more if somebody was dressing me. Now, confessions are fixing to start coming out, you guys, and PCT, he is recorded in the jailhouse. He was either praying or talking to himself, where he was saying he was sorry for what he did to Abby. And the coroner said that he fully believes that Libby was targeted as far as like with the most wounds and stuff. Libby got the brunt of it. He was more careful with Abby, and you could tell that. I mean, we all follow true crime, right? When you feel guilty about something, or if you hold something in better regard, you treat them better. So to me, Abby was just collateral damage. Unfortunately, I mean, don't twist it, guys. I don't mean that her life was any less than Libby's, but I'm saying that she had to be, in his mind, murdered as well because she's a witness. But there was severe damage done to Libby. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know. So I think he took more care with her and had a moment of humanity and had her dressed so she wasn't found like that, and couldn't give a shit about Libby. That's what I think happened. Experts have stated the perp was trying to conceal the bodies with placing tree limbs over them. They did not seem to be odinous symbols, just someone hiding what he did. That's what the experts are saying. Now, to be fair, what the defense is trying to bring in experts who are experts on Odinists and stuff like that will come in and say, well, those sticks are absolutely what Odinists and people in these weird groups like that, pagan groups, that's the way they do their rituals. Again, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to say it until kingdom comes, because I'm going to keep reminding you. If it's a white supremacy group, they're not going to kill white girls. They're not. Find something for me. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, and I'll say I'm wrong. Doesn't happen. Now, if you come at me with those Odinists over there, those people had something to do with the Flora fires, that's more believable to me. That's Flora and Delphi are sister cities. They're right next to each other. 4 little girls murdered in a house fire that's never been solved. Why aren't we talking about the Odinist? That makes more sense. If somebody came up to me and said, this we believe this to be a ritual killing by Odinist, that's more believable. These were 4 little colored girls. That makes more. White supremacists are not out killing white people. What world are you living in? That's not how it works. They're evil people that are racist motherfuckers. That's what they are. Also, can you find any, not saying it didn't happen, but listen, if you repeat something over and over and over again, like ritual means it's repeated over and over and over again. Eventually you're going to fuck up and you're going to get caught. So somebody find a murder for me that happened in Indiana, anywhere in Indiana, that had to do with ritualistic killings from Odinists. Now, PCT, that's what I said. I'm just saying Odin displays everything that happened to the girls, but does it? Because like I said, it's not exactly an F on the tree. It's they told you it could be an F if that line is connected to the top. So it looks like someone tried to draw an F and just mixed it up. And then we went with it. We're just like, oh yeah, that could be an F. And then the way that the twigs, I'm not going to lie. I have the pictures. I have the pictures where the twigs are on the body. I see it. It's what you guys have seen online is pretty accurate. Some of them's not, but some of it is pretty accurate as to how and they weren't twigs. These were limbs. 2 of them were limbs, like limbs, and the others were like branches. And I think you could see whatever you want to see in things. I really do. To me, it looked like it was just I have the pictures of them covered in the branches, and I have the pictures of them not. Also, ritualistic killings don't carve stuff into trees, guys. Look up ritualistic killings. It's pretty morbid and it's pretty vile. They usually carve it into people's bodies. Fair use is permitted by the copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing on private educational or purpose use. Tips in the balance for favor of fair use. Don't come at me. Well, in my opinion, they did exactly what they wanted to do. See, the Odinist thing came out before a jury was chosen, obviously, and before it was totally understood where we were going to get this jury from. I really think that it was a way of getting data from the public that because this isn't the only silly long theory that they came out with, you guys. This is just the one that stuck because it's proven. It's a proven fact. There's Odinism all through Indiana. So that's just a fact. So that's the one that stuck. But I think it was an experiment done. Listen, there's 12 people sitting on that jury. They only need one to say, this don't sound right. That really could have been a ritualistic killing. That's all they need. So I think they threw it out there to get people to doubt that it was Richard Allen and to see how far it would go. So when half or whatever the statistic is of the population is saying, yeah, it's a ritualistic killing, then bingo, that's what we're going with. Come on. Okay. I think the throats were wounded. That's why there were never defense wounds. But both girls' nails were found. That's defense. I didn't hear about Abby's, to tell you the truth, but they did not get fingernail clippings from Libby because they were too short. Uh, which kind of made no sense to me. I understand people that go all the, I mean, I've seen some people who bite their nails and it's terrible. I don't know. I just thought maybe they could have lifted the fingernail and cut it a little bit just to see, but I don't know how that works. A JLR Frank. It does say on there who it is. I can go back and look who filed that. Cecil said the phone died. Right. Wasn't turned off like a mistake. No, it's not your bad, PCT. It's not your bad at all. I'm just saying that people put stuff out and it's something that they heard. I heard this. Well, that's why you gotta research it. And there's no way to know. We weren't there. So sometimes research isn't enough. But that's why you use critical thinking, your common sense, and you listen to a lot of people and you figure out who's credible and who's making dumbass mistakes all the time just for clicks and views. Those ones don't listen to at all because they're fucking it all up. Why on earth would the Orioles leave that phone? Wait, what? Why on earth would the Oreos leave that phone tucked under one of the girls' body? I think when this is my opinion of it, the perps. Why would the perp? I think it's one person. I think if you ask me, I think it was in her back pocket when Abby went to go put. Okay, so how it was Abby was laying right underneath Abby's leg was one of Libby's shoes. The other one of Libby's shoes was in the creek. Under that shoe now was the phone. It was on the ground. Then Libby's shoe was on top of it. Then Abby's leg was on top of it. This is what I think. You know how, because I don't think these girls took their time getting undressed. I think they were doing exactly what they were told to do when they were told to do it as quickly as they could do it. You know how when you're taking your pants off sometimes and you haven't kicked off your shoes yet and a shoe will get stuck in the pant leg? I personally think when she was I think she put her own pants back. I think she put Libby's pants back on for whatever reason, and the phone was in the back pocket. It fell out, and the shoe was actually inside the pant. So when she shoved her leg through it, the shoe popped out. That's what I think happened. That's the only thing my mind will come up with. I don't think he ever even thought about there being a phone. I don't, because he covered his tracks too much. Nobody, not even the worst of killers would ever leave any evidence if they thought about it. PCT probably didn't know she put it under her to hide. Maybe no, I think that's how it happened. I think it came out of the pants. They think maybe the girls were taken somewhere and brought back to the woods. But the feet on one of them was dirty, they said today, so they think they walked there. Yeah. Well, it was muddy there, right? And they just come out of the river. I don't think they were taken anywhere. I don't think there was enough time. And here's the other thing. People want to, why do you think it's Richard Allen? Here's the other thing. There are people all through the woods, right? Different people there. The ones that we're talking about, the 3 teenagers, there was also a 9-year-old there. They didn't use any of that testimony. And then there was one that drove by, and then there was a lady who exercised there and was exercising that day. These same people all said Richard Allen is the guy they saw. The other, they weren't the only people that were there and that were interviewed. Nobody else saw anything that was there. The ones that we're hearing from are the only ones that saw um, the bridge guy, right? Everybody else said, no, we didn't see anybody. We didn't see anybody. Now tell me this. How is it that the girls were never seen by the lady who was exercising? Remember the lady who was doing the loops and on her way back? I mean, on her way to the Freedom Bridge is where she passed Bridge Guy, and then she eventually passed 2 girls who she said was Abby and Libby. They were walking towards the bridge. She kept walking towards Freedom Bridge, turned around to walk back. She never saw Bridge Guy nor Abby and Libby come back, right? Well, you could say that's because they were still hanging out on the bridge. That's, they didn't walk back that way. Well, if they didn't walk back that way, why didn't anybody else see them anywhere? These same people that have ID'd Bridge Guy saw him only in one area, except for the lady that was driving down the road and saw him walking along the side where he was muddy and bloody. So if you say, yeah, they might have identified Abby and Libby and Bridge Guy, and he just didn't come back that way. He's that full. You guys, there's only one way to get off that bridge without going back across the bridge or going across the river. There's only that way to get back to that side where he was parked and where the girls were meeting their uncle. She hit it or probably got rid of the phone, and it could be tracked, possibly so they could find out she knew they were going to die when they had been killed in the attack. Well, the blood was drained from both of them, but not drained where they were cut. Well, Libby would have bled out really rather fast because her carotid artery was severed. Abby took longer because it wasn't. So it's not that they were drained, they bled out. Beck J, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Guys, hit the like for me. If you haven't subbed up, please do so. Bees, what's up, girl? It's been a minute. Hope you're well. It's been a minute for me too. You're not blue yet. I know. My work phone has autocorrect. My poor clients have received many strange and inappropriate texts from me because of it. Yes. Yes. There's been many times that I've received stuff and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not kidding you. It comes later. Doesn't say which one was killed first or which one was cut first or last. Genevieve, hello. If you did it, I hate that guy for what he did to them poor girls. I agree, Genevieve. Agreed. Okay, the whole interest in Libby, it hasn't been said, and this is pure speculation. I said it the last time we did the video. Genevieve, I know you were here. Um, if he is found to be guilty, you guys, they need to look deep. They need to look deep. And I'm not talking so much into his devices and stuff like that. I'm talking about you just don't plan on going and essaying or killing somebody. And we know Bridge Guy planned that. You don't carry a gun and a knife and whatever else he got, gloves or and overdress in layers. If you're, we know that it's planned. Nobody's walking around like that, guys, on a secluded bridge that's scary as hell to walk across. So it's planned. Um, I think if he is found guilty, that they need to dig deep, because I'm not saying he's killed anyone before, but I think whoever did it, I really honestly think that they have SA children before. And I just find it so coincidental. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, God forgive me. But his daughter looked a lot like Libby. She was built exactly like Libby. And we talked about that, right? His daughter has not been in court once. Not once. If that was my daddy and I believed him to be innocent, girl, oh, all of Indiana, every person that wanted to interview me for free would be getting it. I would pay you to interview me so I could talk about my dad. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be there. I'd be screaming from the top of I'd be pounding on the police door. I'd be asked to be put in a prison so I could hang out with my dad. You know what I mean? Something is weird. That's their only child. Something is weird. Something's not right. I absolutely do believe his wife believes that he is the killer. And I think that'll come out. I think Abby knew too much about her boyfriend's father Odinism practices. She may have. Genevieve must have been reminding him of a woman he hates. There's something to think about. Maybe an internet Snapchat if they were on those sites. Oh, listen, I'm really hoping what happens here is this goes deep into this goes deep. I don't know if you know anything about Kagan Klein. He was brought into all of this as well. He was finally tried for SA. Anyways, I'm hoping that something comes out of it, that he has identified Richard Allen as being one of the people that used the Anthony. Now, I'm bringing a lot of stuff into this that you guys didn't hear, and but I just think there's more to it. So there was an Anthony Shots account that was on Snapchat. He was a good-looking kid. It was all shown all through 2017, 18, 19, right? Anthony Shots account. That was his name. And Liberty had been talking to him. What she didn't know was it was a catfishing account of a young guy who was really hot looking. Hold on, I got a cough. That site was being run by Keegan Klein, who was who is a convicted SAer. And he did say that there were other people that had used, well, he says his dad used that account as well to catfish girls, but couldn't be proven. Some people believe that our Richard Allen or Bridge Guy also had links to the Anthony Shots account. And so here's a fact. Libby had talked to the Anthony Shots account. I want to say it was that morning. Because remember, they were just supposed to hang out with grandmama and do some filing and make some extra money. Then all of a sudden, Libby jumped up and wanted to go to the bridge, right? Wanted to go to the Monon High. And the reason why they know this is because the police ended up seeing on her Snapchat that she was talking to somebody named Anthony Shots in Snapchat. So then that's how they traced that back to Keegan Klein, who was catfishing her and others with that account. He had set up a date with Libby to meet that day on the bridge. That day. So see, for a while they thought it was Keegan Klein that had murdered the girls because the Anthony Shots account set up a time to meet the girls, and he said they never showed up. So that means he was out there, right? Um, so I don't know. Who knows? Did Richard Allen? Obviously, they said they took all of the devices and they can't find anything on it, and he's not charged with any kind of SA or child, you know, porn. So maybe they. I don't know. I don't know. Abby was on Logan's property. Yeah. But what you mean? Wait. Do you mean Ron Logan's property? And you mean prior to the murders? Because she had been there prior to the murders, yes. But they were both found on his property. Libby was bigger, probably had more strength, and he knew that. And she was mouthy. Even her family said that. She could be mouthy. Could be retaliation of some sort. There wasn't a ton of blood around the bodies in the woods. I think they were brought. No. Yeah, PCT. Ugh. You should have been here for my first live. There was plenty of blood. There were actually two huge pools of blood. One was right by a tree as soon as and it wasn't even the F tree. As you're coming out, it's so the girls' bodies were found 20 or 30 yards, I can't remember, from the river. Right before where they're found, off to if you're looking at the river, off to the right side, there's a tree there, and there's a big pool of blood there that turned out to be Libby's. So they believe her to have had her neck wound happen there. Then there is a drag mark from that pool of blood over to where the body was found, which is another huge pool of blood. Now, remember, I said that she had several wounds to her throat, right? Both of those pools of blood belonged to Libby. Not only that, there were two places where it looked like there was dripping, like maybe she had set up, or maybe when she was being pulled, that she was dripping blood. So PCT, I'm gonna smack you around, girl. I'm gonna smack you around. There was plenty of blood. There wasn't a whole lot of Abby's blood because she the wound that she got, it just leaked all into the sweatshirt she was wearing. So her sweatshirt was completely bloodied, but Libby was nude, so her blood was all over the ground, on both of her hands, all over her chest, and on her face. It was a blood bath, actually. Remember, appearances and situations always aren't what they seem, yeah. But the guards, some of them had odinous pins too. Correct. Yeah, that's what I said. I believe, yeah. Odinism is big in some of these parts. In fact, when it wasn't pins, it wasn't Odin's pins. They were actually badges. They were patches. They were told to take them off, and then that one guard went and had it tattooed on his face. He said, "You can make me take it off my uniform, but you can't make me take it off my skin." If you're being attacked, you could hide your phone in hopes to be found quickly, especially during the other girl's attack. Well, remember, it was Libby's phone, and Libby was naked. So I think if she would have had it in her hand, he would have seen it. So I'm pretty sure it was in the back pocket of the pants. And when Abby was putting on her pants, it came out. Similarity of Libby and Alan's daughter. Daughter was younger than Libby, but still, yes, color and size, hair, all of it. Yes. Many cops, prison lawyers, Masons too. Doesn't mean Mason, right? Good morning, crazy hillbilly. Good to see you. That's what I say. Who knows what really these days lied so many for their own mysterious reasons. People do things in a way that can point to others, right? Hi, Genevieve. You're so sweet for being here. Thank you. No drunk calling me. Did you see the similarity between the pic of Ellen's daughter on the same bridge to look of dear Libby? Yeah, so that was one of her senior pictures that were taken. That's what we talked about the first night. I don't know. And then there's also a picture of her where she's laying across her bed on her belly, and she's wearing one of Liberty and Abby's tie-dye shirts that they were selling to raise money. Good night, everyone. Got to get up soon. Good night, dear. Let me know, Richie. I'm always here for you, honey. I remember they had thought the girls might have gone to meet up with someone that day. You never know. I'm hitting the hey Lenny in chat. Thank you for letting me express myself with no judgment. Love you too, PCT. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. RC. Hello, honey. Yeah, but thank goodness it was under her, so they approved just yeah, exactly. Ann's Place, thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. All right, let me jump back over here really quick, guys. See if we caught all this. All right, so at 3:45, Christopher First Sergeant Christopher D. Cecil. Did I read that one? I've movements that day during cross time. Okay. Christopher D. Cecil of Indiana State Police answered additional questions from the prosecution about specific times on February 13th, 2017, that the phones from Abby and Libby were taken on Libby's iPhone and then posted on Snapchat. He also answered questions about the iPhone's movements that day. Cecil is the commander of the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force. Right on, dude. Right on. Thank you so much for everything you do. Protect our babies. During this cross examination, defense attorney Jennifer Arger asked about Cecil, noting earlier in the afternoon that the phone had sent 15 texts all at once to Abby's phone at 4:34 a.m., February 14th, 2017. He reiterated that he did not know why that happened, but noted if a phone doesn't have service, text once service is restored will all have the same timestamp. Cecil also noted during cross examination and the prosecutor's redirect that he looked at 23 devices of suspect Richard Allen. Access to his devices was provided on November 8th, 2022. Cecil said he found nothing to tie Allen to Abby or Libby other than his searches for information about the missing girls. The prosecution pointed out that Allen had a different phone in 2017 and not included in the seize. So there is something that's not included. So the phone that Richard Allen was carrying, they don't have it. The jury asked questions of Cecil as well. One juror asked if Cecil had checked to see if AT&T had issues with cell towers on That's a great question. If they had issues with cell towers on February 13th and 14th, 2017. Cecil said he didn't check. Jurors also asked several questions, including about how Snapchat works and what it records and saves. Additional things that happened. So we know that the defense team again tries to introduce Odinism, and the judge erases photos of Delphi jurors from confiscated cameras. So maybe they're going to get them back. Who knows? Who knows? I can't see RC either. I think Pink Fan always just I think Pink Fan just says hi to in all messages. She just goes through and makes sure she says hi. I appreciate it so much. I wonder, am I even on here? Where am I? Where's my picture? So I can see if I'm talking. Am I talking? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I can see me. All right. I wonder, did they have what kind of phone he carried? I don't know. What kind of phone he carried in 2017. And if we had the cloud then. But not everybody uses the cloud, right? Not everything goes into the cloud. I mean, I know a lot of people use like if you've got an iPhone, sometimes you'll trade in that phone to upgrade. So I don't know. And but what I know is I don't ever use a phone to upgrade. We are our family, if somebody gets a new phone, somebody gets that old phone, whoever's got the newest, oldest phone, we switch it around because we don't want any they're too expensive, first of all, to buy phones for everybody. We try not to do too much on credit. So, like, say, baby child gets a new phone for his birthday or whatever, which doesn't always happen, but if he does, then like I get his old phone because his is usually better than whatever I got, right? And Beefcake, his phone is through his company, so I don't know nothing about that. But like my kids, like when my phone was dying or whatever, my kids were coming. They're like, "Hey, mom, I've got an older iPhone. Do you want to use it?" You know what I mean? Like we cycle phones in our family. That's what we do. That's what we do. Guys, I need to start some coffee really quick. Get me another cup of coffee, and then I want to go through. I'm trying to think, do I need to? Because I read exactly what she's reading. Let me think on that really quick. How are you guys doing? Thank you for hanging in there with me. I hope you guys are understanding me. I know I talk in circles a lot. My daughter came to dinner last night. She's like, "Mom, I had to bring you back to talking about Grandpa's driveway because you just went off somewhere." And I was like, "I know, because there's a lot going on in my head." So I know I talk in circles a lot, and then I get off on something else, and then I come back and all that. So I hope I haven't confused anybody. I hope I'm making it pretty clear. But if not, I could tell you where to find things. I could tell you who I trust for coverage of this. All right, let me get some coffee going, and I'm going to get a jury break and also pee, and I will be RB. Thanks, you guys, for being here. Please hit the like. I don't know how many likes we got, but I appreciate you guys sticking in there with me. BRB.
In the studio, we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. In the studio, we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song, but girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leave you last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leading last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Libby, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Lainey, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song, but girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Libby, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Libby, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song, but girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leading last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this.
Okay, sorry it took so long. Good grief. I had to make my Keurig, and then I had to make a regular pot of coffee too. And then I had to pee. And I only smoked a half a durry. What up? How you guys doing? Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate it so much. 27 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that. RC's gonna find it hilarious how we all got blocked and hurt by him. He wasn't even here. Oh, the sweet Godfather. I'm glad that I watched a lot of Dateline and talked to my daughter about it. He had a big red flag incident last week. My granddaughter graduated university in the spring. She has been sending out resume. Oh, God bless her. I pray she gets a job that she's going to just thrive in. Yeah, we are a bunch of fruitcakes. We are that. We are fruitcake and proud. Fruitcake and proud. That's us. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just show this part because I think with somebody else reading it, maybe it will sink in the timestamps of this. I think that for me, the whole down the hill thing. I mean that was a nice little thing, right? I mean, it kept people interested. We're all well, some of us, obviously not all of us, were like watching in every turn. Oh my God, is that bridge guy? You guys, I'm not lying to you. Over these years, there's been times I thought I saw a bridge guy. I was like, is that bridge guy? You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna be truthful with you. In the winter, y'all go ahead and ask them. Ask Lindley. Ask Diamond Lucidity. Ask people that live in the north. In the winter, everybody looks like that, man. They're all wearing jeans. They're all wearing Bill Carhartt jackets. We're freezing, okay? We're freezing. It's just an Indiana look. Now, do they all wear Andy Cap kind of hats? No, that's an older guy kind of thing. That was one of the reasons why the younger guy sketch didn't make a damn bit of sense, because no young guy's going to be really wearing that unless he's just trying to, make himself look different. But every Indiana guy has that in their closet. I'm just letting you guys know that. But to me, so whether he said guys down the hill 50 feet back or right next to the girls or this or that or what came, what Abby said after that, as far as there's no path, whether she said it uh to him because he told him down the hill or she was telling Libby that, who knows. I think that kind of is irrelevant to who killed these girls, but I think the cell phone is a big deal. I really do. And if I have not had the same problems where a bunch of texts come at once and I have to prove it to my kids, um, not because they're like, "You're lying, mom," but because I feel like I have, I want to be completely truthful and I don't want, they think I ignore them anyways, and I do sometimes. But the times I'm not ignoring them, I want them to know, guys, look, I just got all these freaking texts. I'm not kidding you. And that's just moving around my house. So I could see where that's happened. And sometimes I'll be in bed and I'll text somebody back and they're like, I texted that to you hours ago. Well, I can't help it. The timestamp on it shows exactly what time I just got it. So it's, there are times I'm not ignoring them, but that makes me look like I am ignoring them. But because I can show a timestamp as to when it came through my phone, ha, suck it. All right. Let's look at this. Would somebody mind putting up, because this is the part that I'm kind of worried about a little bit. I don't think Frank Meister um, is going to get me for this because I'm only playing just a small portion of the video he did, of his live that he did tonight. Will somebody please put in chat one more time the fair use, and also I would, if somebody could find true crime with Frank Meister and drop his link for me. It's the least I could do by using his stuff. I could probably drop his link. It's just going to take me a minute um to go back to YouTube and then let it um cycle back through all of our chat. Because since I'm not in YouTube, but I have it open, it takes a minute for everything to cycle through. Thank you, Melly Jo. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Again, this I'm just giving out a trigger warning. Again, you guys protect yourself if you can. I don't think this has anything to do that would trigger somebody because it's only talking about cell phone and the times that things came through and went out on the cell phone on that day. So I'm just going to put up my fair use banner just so YouTube can see that, so I'm not getting in any trouble. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism. That's me. I'm your girl. I criticize. Comment. That's me too. News reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Don't come at me, Mr. Frank Meiser. Don't come at me, and we will drop your link as a thank you for letting us look at your live. Frank Meister, yes. I call him Miser, like. That is the correct one. Thank you so much. That is it. Thank you. If you guys want to sub up to him, that's up to you, but thank you. All right. He has a co-host on here, and her name is what was her name again? 'Cause I don't think in this part of the video it shows it. I remember it's Kristen behind the crime door. She has been in the courtroom as well. So they have been covering this trial together. All right. Here we go. You make sure it's big enough. Yep, there we go. All right. Watch your ears just a second because I've got this on high. And I hope that that it's not too loud. Here we go.
Of him, and he testified this afternoon. And,
Who did?
Oh God.
You talking about the phone guy?
I'm talking about the 20th witness was Indiana State Police Sergeant Christopher Cecil. He started testifying at 1 o'clock. He's a 20-year law enforcement officer and the commander of the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force. And he's the one who analyzed Libby's cell phone, and he reanalyzed it in 2019. And that's when they got new software, and they also got a new device called a gray key device that allowed them to unlock Apple devices.
All right, so let me stop right there. So prior to 2019, there was only so far they could go into cell phones, right? Stuff is technology is coming along every day, so they're even going to be able to do more stuff with cell phones, with computers, with whatever in a couple of years, right? So in 2 years, a new software had come out. So he reviewed it in 2017, and then 2019, more software that actually allowed them to go deeper into the phone and find out more stuff. That's why it was reanalyzed and why he was able to add more stuff to it.
Oh, you know what I found out? There's 4 extra photos that nobody knew about, that there was a guy behind them.
Yes. Yes.
Well, that has never been out.
And he was able to go through the phone. There were he did say that there were 2 people using the phone, Abby and Libby, that the Touch ID had 6 fingerprints saved. He also talked about what happened on the phone that day. And from 1:41 p.m., there was a picture that was posted to Snapchat. Again, they don't see the data. They can't see the pictures. They can't see the videos or anything like that. They just see the information.
Yeah.
They know that at 1:43:59, another picture was posted to Snapchat. At 2:05:10, another picture was posted to Snapchat of the bridge. And at 2:07,
was
the
the Abby
last
picture.
time the phone was unlocked.
That was the Abby picture.
And it said, well, yes. And it says at 2:13:51, a video recorded showing Abby walking across the Monon High Bridge with someone behind her. At 2:14:41, a minute later, someone tries to unlock the phone. At 2:32:39 p.m., that was the last movement of the phone. It didn't move again.
What time?
2:32. 2:32:39. And then at 10:32:06 p.m. was the last signal from the phone.
Oh, hold on. Slow down.
Sure.
Her step counter.
Hang on. Yeah, they're gonna talk about that, or he talks about that in a second. But he says, didn't her step counter stop at 2:32?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the last movement of the phone.
So they would have had to been across the creek by then.
Yes.
I totally agree with that. Totally. So whenever we're talking, so if the cell phone is found underneath Abby's leg, right? Then by what they're saying by this, the step counter had stopped at what did they say, 2:32 or 2:33? I believe that they had already crossed the bridge. Abby had already redressed or whatever. The phone had already laid down. had been somehow, however it got underneath her leg, that's when it stopped movement.
And
then the last signal was at 10 what?
10:32:06 was the last signal from the phone.
10:32:06.
And Cecil says in 2019, he provided this report to investigators. He said that by 2024, the programs he used in 2019 all had been updated.
And I believe that's when they found the new photos.
And he used it to reprocess all the raw data that he had first looked into in 2019. He said the review didn't change the data that he had before, but it did add more. And he said his new analysis took place between May 10th and August 18th of 2024. He showed the jury a list of things that Knowledge C data tracks, and Cecil told the jury the data is volatile and can be deleted unpredictably. Knowledge C tracks when the device is used but doesn't show picture or video. Cecil said the pictures or videos on the phone's camera roll would not be deleted when the phone is turned on or off using Knowledge C. The second analysis provided Cecil with information going back to 11 a.m. that day, February 13th. Cecil told the jury users get to choose which apps track location data. Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McClellan asked Cecil how accurate location is on a phone. For GPS, it is very good, Cecil said. Cecil showed that the data tracking on the video of the bridge showed the location of Libby's phone being by Delphi High School, but immediately or then snapping back to the trail within 4 seconds. Cecil said that the longer the video went, the more accurate the GPS data became. Cecil said that Libby had location data turned on when she was using Snapchat. He said as battery life in the phone went down, the phone would close more quickly and work more slowly. Cecil said the phone stayed on until 4:30 a.m. on February 14th, 2017. It received a bunch of SMS messages around 4:33 a.m. Cecil said there was no indication that the phone turned off between the last time it moved at 2:32 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. the next day.
So why would, well, of course, the tower
Yes.
thing out there wasn't sending her signal all over the damn place.
At 4:06 p.m., the phone received a text from Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, that read, "You need to call me now." That just
On what day?
That just broke me heart.
What day?
The 13th. At 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, between 15 and 20 messages came to the phone all at once. McClellan asked, "Why the gap in time?" "I don't know," Cecil answered. The phone's last activity was at 4:34 a.m. on February 14th. At 3:06 a.m. on February 15th, it was turned on by investigator Brian Bunner.
So she had to have had the phone on silent. Then nobody heard those messages coming through.
All right, guys. There you go. Hi, Jovel. Hello. I hope that makes a little bit more sense about it. I do know that it is true that my oldest son and I were talking today about the phone, and I have Live 360 on 2 of my children because, well, 3 of them, because the other 2 don't have iPhones. And I've been watching my son. I watch my kids like crazy, you guys, tell the truth, but they know that. They know I do it. So I talked to my oldest son today. I haven't talked to him in a while, and I was like, "Boy, I've been watching you. I know what you're doing." And so I told him what he was doing 2 days ago when I started tracking him and, seeing if I could call him because I was trying to call everybody, let them know I was home and catch up and everything. But I always check their locations first to make sure they're not, like at a store or something like that. I don't want to catch them when it's the wrong time. And so I was tracking my son and I saw him. He was at his storage. So I knew he was dropping stuff off, but he was in the car. He was leaving the storage and I saw him going straight home. So I thought, well, I'm not going to call him right now because he works out of town a lot. And so when he's spending time with his family, I don't, unless it's an emergency, I just won't, I don't, I don't do that. That's his family time. So then the next day I was tracking him again and I couldn't tell if he was in the pizza store or if he was in the AutoZone store. So I'm just watching it, right? I'm watching the little circle move and I'm zooming in, right? And then finally it settles and he was in the AutoZone store. So I'm thinking, all right, which one of his car needs work on it? But then I watched him. I didn't want to interrupt him while he was at the store. I didn't know what was going on. And I watched him and he went straight back home. So I didn't want to bug him there. Well, then today I started tracking him again and I saw him at his place of work out of town. And that's when I called him. And I was like, I've been tracking you for 2 days. And we were laughing about it. And he's like, I ain't worried about you, Mom, and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, I said, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. I said, just make sure whenever your kids, because my grandkids are on Snapchat, my older grandkids. And I was like, it's a really good idea because even some of my grandkids, I have their locations just because I like to and I'm nosy. And I said, it's a good idea to always have their locations, but make sure that your children know that their Snapchat is turned off for location because that could get in the wrong hands. If you're chit chatting with what's his face, um, someone like Keegan Klein, you know, um, he could sit there and watch your kid's location. Y'all make sure your grandkids don't have locations turned on like that. I mean, they can have a 360 with their parents or with you or whatever that shows where they're at, which is what I have with my kids and my grandkids. But that's something you just have to add. You have to physically say on your phone whether you want to share your location or not. And the other thing is that we need to be teaching our kids is that if you're at the amusement park, quit freaking posting pictures of you at an amusement park or you at uh, um, Walmart. There's child predators out there, and there's adult predators. There's predators out there. Never, never, never snap pictures and put it out on social media of where you're at. You can do it when you get back. Sure, do that. You know what I mean? But it's just we live in a different world. We've got to be aware. Make sure all those location things are turned off and just pick and choose who you're going to allow watch your location, right? I mean, every time I sign into a new app to play a game or whatever, it always asks me, this app wants to track your location. Fuck you, don't. No, you're not. So you never know what apps. It could be a game app. It could be any other app you're using that you would never think is tracking your location. It can be tracking it. So watch out for your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews. It's important, you guys. It's important. My granddaughter's story has 3 more messages that go with it. Did I miss them? That Snapchat location thing is creepy. When I had Snapchat, I could see all these people all around me. I'm sure there were kids, right? Right. And the thing with Snapchat that I understand is that the picture or the video that they're putting on there only stays for just a little while, and that's why the guy was saying no on Snapchat. They have no way to retrieve the pictures or the video because it was only it's only on there for so many minutes or whatever. The grandkids tried to explain it to me. They put me on Snapchat. I couldn't figure the damn thing out. I was like, no, no, no. Now, you want to get in touch with me, FaceTime me. If you know, I'm not interested. Just send me pictures, FaceTime me, let me know what's going on. But I can't do these apps. They're not for me. All right, let me see what Miss Barbara was talking about. She has been sending out resumes, got that one. They do all that stuff on a computer now. Same woman called and talked to her. She said, Kaylee, would have to talk to the boss and do an in-person interview. He texted her and told her to meet him at a certain bar. Oh, my daughter and I both said, oh no, big red flags. Thanks heaven she told us. I said, no freaking way. Right. That's terrible. Oh. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, unless someone screenshots it. Yeah, I remember the kids telling me I could screenshot pictures off their Snapchat. I was like, no, no, no. No, I don't want to. Kind of goes what you were saying. Right. Right. People just know, we got to be careful. We got to be careful. Oh my God.
Just when you thought it was safe.
What did you say?
I can't breathe.
I told everybody you were so sick.
Gail, you just would. Oh my God, let me tell you guys, I just want to go to bed. It is the worst time of my life. Can you believe it? I'm going to have to look for some medicine to try and ease my chest because my chest is raw with coughing.
What? Why didn't you? And you didn't even bring your inhaler.
I have. Listen, I went and got one yesterday. I was made up, right? It was only €5. It's probably not even an inhaler. But, at least I got one. And I thought, oh my God, there's Leanie. I've got to go and stay alive.
Oh, Max.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. You sound terrible.
Hello, everyone. Okay, listen. I was trying to get you on last night, right? You were playing with the dogs in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to get on in the internet. It just kept failing all the time, and I couldn't get in to say hello. And I was going to cry my eyes out because I felt I'd left out.
Oh, Maggie! You never left out.
And it was the stupid internet. I was effing and blindingly.
I
But
can't
listen,
believe.
are you okay?
Who cares if I'm okay?
I'm okay.
I'm
I'm
so
okay.
worried about you.
No, listen, it's just a cold. That's all I've got is a cold. And it's gone right onto my chest. And I've just said to Alec now, I'm going to go and try and get some syrup or something, just to ease my chest. The morning is the worst, Leanie. I can't breathe of a morning. And when by the time you wake up and that, and it eases off through the day, but then as it gets later on in the night and through the night, that's the worst, isn't it? But I literally came down with this the day that I arrived. I thought only me can do this, couldn't I?
Have you tried anything warm? Like, I know you don't like tea, but drinking coffee in the morning, are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm having coffee. The first morning, when I first arrived, I was vomiting. I couldn't keep anything down, so I was just drinking water. And so I did that for 2 days, and then I was all right. Then the vomiting stopped, and it was just this heavy cold. I just started with a sore throat, and then my nose was like trickling. And I thought, oh no, I don't believe this. But Alec got a cold a week before that we came away. So, but I got the flu vaccine 2 or 3 days before it came out, and people were saying that these had a bad dose. And I'd never had a problem with the flu jab before, so I didn't think it was a problem. But obviously, worst thing I did.
Wow, Mags.
I know. But you know what? It's a cold. Shit happens. Worst things happen. I'm okay. And as I say, as the day goes on, it goes better. It's just waste of a morning. I sound like I've smoked 50 ciggies of a morning, Lee. Yeah, say hello to Honey.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm feeling fine. I just sound like I've had the other half of the packet of ciggies she smoked.
You poor dears. Oh my gosh. You go on vacation and y'all get sick and you get shoved into a romantic room. Oh,
Yes. Do you know what though? No, it was like a funeral parlor because there was this like big padded thing over the bed, but it was like funeral purple. All it was missing was a little point to hook the handcuffs onto.
when Maggie told me that, I laughed so hard. Of
Yeah,
course, she would say that.
and
But she's right.
But what we didn't notice until, I don't know whether it was when I got up through the night for the toilet break, was the number of mirrors that were in the room.
Mirrors? Did you guys check to make sure that they're not see-through?
I'm not bothered either way. Makes no difference to me. If someone wants to see a naked fat old bloke, then knock yourselves out. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
They've got bigger problems than I have.
Send me pictures. I want to see it.
You want to see a naked fat old bloke?
Why not? A man's a man. Let's go.
Well, they're already on my OnlyFans, so you can subscribe to that if you want.
I will. Are you soaking up the sun at all? Get out and get your vitamin D.
Well, we've been out walking in it. I don't generally like to lie in it because I'll probably just burn. But yeah, I'll go out in it and I'll have a wander around and I'll put a hat on, take a hat off, put a hat on, take a hat off. But yeah, it's just nice. It's going to be horrendous when we get back home now.
Yeah. Well, don't think about that. You still have over 2 weeks, right?
No. We were only here 10 days anyway. We've still got over a week.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're going to make the most of it.
Yeah. Well, I hope you don't get any sicker, and I hope Maggie is well on her way to getting better.
Well, it keeps coming and going with her. But yeah, it's she seems to feel better during the day, but then in the morning and at night, it just kicks her ass.
I hate that. I really do. But at least she's feeling good enough during the day where she can sit out and see the sun and stuff.
No, we can't sit in it. It's too warm. It's roasting. It's probably about 30 degrees at the moment. I don't know what that is in.
Do you have a balcony?
Yeah, we're on that now.
Oh, okay.
Being like this, I can't sit in it.
Oh, wow.
She's just a moaning it. Anyway, I'll pass it over. She's crying and whinging now. So I'll pass it back.
All right. Love you, honey.
See you in a bit. Ta-da.
All right. Ta-da.
You know what? I think it's because I've got the cold, Lee. I can't lie in it. I just rather be up moving around because it's been really comfortable. I mean, right now on this balcony, it's boiling. And it was supposedly 29 yesterday, but I'd argue that it didn't seem to be that intense. It's just been nice, it really has. And as I say, we haven't laid down in it yet anyway, and I think it's because I've got this. I just couldn't be bothered lying down in it. But it's lovely. There's loads to see and loads to do. Oh my God, and loads to eat as well.
Well,
I'm gonna roll home. Listen.
I wish you were feeling better. I really do.
Oh, you know what? It's just waste of a morning. But listen, I'm going to go because I've interrupted your show. But I just wanted to come on while I could because I've been going, oh, ladies, I'm in a can't get on. Being suicidal. So I'm made up now that I've spoke to you, said hello to everyone. I can't see anything that anyone's writing because the sun's right in my eyes. But hello to everyone, and it's lovely to speak to you. And I'll send you some pictures so you can show them, Lee.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay,
Everybody's wishing you well. Everybody is loving on you, and everybody is sending
oh,
prayers.
thanks everyone. Thanks everyone. And
And
I'll speak to you all.
Rose Petal became a member for 6 months. She says, feel better
Wow.
soon, Maggie. Thinking of
Wow.
you.
Oh, thanks, Rose Petal. Thanks, love. Thank you.
Get
I'll
home
speak
safe,
to you
Rose
all
Petal.
soon.
All right,
Speak
Maggie,
to you
we
soon.
love
Love
you.
you, Lee. Bye, love.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, sweet Maggie. I had no clue she was coming, you guys. I didn't know. Poor girl. I told you. It's terrible. It's terrible the way she sounds. Although that sounds a little bit better than the first night. I'm sure she probably sent Mel a message as well. And it's terrible. I feel bad for her. I really do. Well, I mean, and then Lou, breaks her whole body going on vacay, and Wild Angel had to go set sail on the seven seas by herself, and it's it's been a thing. And then I miss a plane, get stuck in an airport, and not even a gambler. And next year is going to be a better year. We have got grandbabies coming, we've got nieces and nephews coming. um Aussie True Crime just got her a new beautiful home that she's going to be decorating, and the holidays are coming, and it's just gonna, everything's gonna be wonderful. We're just gonna believe it, pray for it, and accept it that 2025 is going to be the best year that we've had in many, many years. All of us collectively together. I believe that. I really do believe that. Lizzo, uh, Miss Barbara, Lizzo also lost an animal. Was it last week, girls? Her dog passed. I think it was last week, and I spoke to her yesterday, and she's struggling. Oh, Lulu, 5 months. Thank you so much. Here's to 2025 being the greatest year ever. Yes. Thank you for being a member for that long. I appreciate it. So, Lizzo, Bethy, they're struggling through. I mean, they had their pup for, what did Lizzo tell me? 13 or 14 years. And so she's struggling. So there's been a couple, right? I mean, Lulu lost her cat that she's had for many, many years. And then Lunch Lady, I don't think we ever found the blue parakeet. Cheyenne passed this year. I mean, and this year has sucked. Holly of 14 years. Thank you, Pink Fan. Yeah. So, just keep her in your prayers. We just need to pray for each other because everybody's going through something. Everybody's going through something. It's just been one of those years. But you know what? We don't have to go through it by ourselves. And that's important. We're all here for each other, and we get it. We all understand. Losing pets is such a dreadful, disenfranchised grief. It's so hard. Have thought of Lizzo very much. Yeah. So Liz, if you re-listen to this later, just know that we all love you, and we're thinking of you. Yeah, Pink Fan, this year can go suck it. Suck it. That's right. That's right. All right, y'all. I think that wraps up another one of these. like I said, I hope that I have made some sort of sense with this trial going on. And I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and indulging me in my sick fascination with this. And, prayers for Abby and Libby's family and prayers for justice for Abby and Libby. And I am praying, you guys. I'm not, when I pray, I never pray for my will. I do tell God this is what I would like to happen, but if it's not good, then don't let it happen. I don't want it to happen. So I always pray for God's will. And in this, I've been praying that God's will happen. If he is guilty, he will be found guilty. If he's not guilty, that he will be found not guilty. Right? I mean, there were only 3 people there, and 2 of them are not here to tell the story. So, but God knows everything. So that's how I'm praying. Anyways, I appreciate you guys being here, and I love y'all so much. I really, really do. And I will see you guys next time. Y'all be good or be good at it. If something great happens, take a video of it. I need content, and I would love to show your. That's mean, but I'm still going to show my sister's video if she allows me to. All right, guys. I love you. Be good or be good at it. See you next time. Bye.